Good morning. Welcome to Senate Finance. Once again, apologies. We are in the last few days, and so there's lots of moving pieces. Would the secretary please take the roll?
Senator Cannizzaro, Senator Goycochea, Senator Harris, Senator Neal, Senator Wynn, Senator Severs-Gansert, Senator Titus, Chair Dondero Loop.
Here, and please mark those present as they arrive. And we will go out of order today on our agenda. We're going to start with Senate Bill 506, and then we may need to take a recess if we just have some work session and bills that we can't do without all members here. So I believe, there you are. I couldn't put my eyes on you. Welcome this morning, and go ahead and get ready on Senate Bill 506 when you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Dondero Loop and members of the Senate's Finance Committee. My name is Daniel Miller from the LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 506 today. Senate Bill 506 requires fees collected by the Central Repository for Nevada Records of Criminal History to also be used for any other purpose authorized by the legislature, and any balance of such money remaining at the end of the fiscal year reverts to the state general fund. There is an amendment to change the effective date from July 1st, 2023 to October 1st, 2024. This would allow the agency to utilize their reserves throughout the biennium and begin reverting fee revenues at the end of fiscal year 2025. Happy to take any questions at this time.
Short and sweet, thanks. Let's give us just a minute to review this. So am I correct that this closes out the budget for DPS?
Yes, Chair, this was a budget implementation bill for RCCD.
Do you have a question, Senator Goycochea?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess my real question on the bill is the only piece in it is the fact that we changed the date when it will revert back to the general fund.
Thank you for the question, Senator Goycochea, through you, Chair. That is correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And am I understanding that also could you explain the general fund and how that works when you receive general funds and don't receive the other funding?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. So typically with how most other agency budgets work is if they receive general fund and fee revenues, the additional fee revenues would revert back to the general fund at the end of the fiscal year.
So you don't receive general funds and reversion funds, you receive one or the other?
Thank you for the question, Chair. Yes, typically an agency that receives general fund does not carry reserve balance.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional questions, concerns, thoughts? All right. With that, thank you very much, Mr. Miller, and we will go to those in support of Senate Bill 506. Here in Carson City, when you're ready. Seeing none, we'll go to Las Vegas. Anybody in Las Vegas? Senate Bill 506. Anybody on the phone lines, BPS, when you're ready?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to speak in support of SB 506, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to speak in support at this time.
Thank you very much. Anyone in opposition for Senate Bill 506 here in Carson City? In Las Vegas? On the phone lines, BPS when you're ready.
To provide opposition support to SB 506, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to offer opposition testimony at this time.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Dondera Loop and members of the committee. I'm Erica Suziamas, and I'm the Division Administrator for the Department of Public Safety's Records, Communications, and Compliance Division. And I'm here today to testify in neutral on Senate Bill 506. The Records, Communications, and Compliance Division houses a central repository for Nevada records of criminal history, which maintains statewide records of Nevada arrests and dispositions, and is also responsible for processing fingerprint-based background checks for civil purposes to include licensing, employment, and volunteers. The division also houses the state sex offender registry, the Brady Point of Contact firearms program, various statewide auditing and training programs, as well as the information security group, not only for the division, but for the department. Senate Bill 506 amends NRS's 179A-075 and 179A-140, and will require my division to revert any balance of money remaining to the state general fund at the end of every fiscal year. My concern and responsibility is to ensure my agency has adequate funding to provide services to the state's constituents, whatever that funding may be. If it is the pleasure of this body to require my reserves to be reverted to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year, then we'll comply. We will utilize the state's biennial budget and IFC work program processes to request the funds necessary to operate our agency through authorizations and appropriations. The following are projections for the next 2 biennia using conservative numbers without knowing how the pay bill will be funded, the increase in technology vendor costs, increase in staffing, and any of the other unknowns. So our projected annual expenditure for the central repository in fiscal year 24 is approximately $21,428,938, and in fiscal year 25, it's projected to be $21,779,540. Our projected revenue in fiscal year 24 is $15,130,069, and in fiscal year 25, it's $15,309,788. We'll require between $3.5 and $3.6 million for our 60-day operating contingency. If Senate Bill 506 passes, and with the closing of our budget, which removed administrative assessments and did not replace them with general fund in 24-25, we are projecting a shortfall of $4,472,428 in fiscal year 25, and approximately $11 million for each fiscal year in 26 and 27. This will give the committee an idea of what my 26-27 budget request will look like for general fund appropriations in the 26-27 biennium. I'd like to note that the projections for 26 and 27 are rough estimates given our short notice for this hearing and the unknowns as previously mentioned. And I do also want to share some positive news with the committee. With the NCGES modernization program, Nevada was the first state, or is the first state in the nation to connect to the FBI using the NEAM XML technology that we've implemented with the project.
Do you have any kids?
And we're the
no.
first state in the nation to connect to NCIC via the cloud.
I'm sorry. I don't know who's on the line, but we can hear you. So BPS, could you mute whoever's on the line, please? Go ahead, please. Sorry for the interruption.
Thank you. That's all I had. So thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. It sounds like maybe there needs to be some more discussion, but we're not voting on this bill today, so I appreciate your comments, and we'll follow up on that. Thank you very much. All right. With that, we'll go to neutral in Las Vegas. And we'll go to neutral on the phone lines for Senate Bill 506 BPS when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer initial testimony for SB 506, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to offer initial testimony at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Miller, do you have any closing comments you need to make or anything? All right. With that, we'll close the hearing on Senate Bill 506, and we'll take just a brief recess. Thank you. All right, I will call us back to order. And we will go to the work session, and we are going to work session Senate Bill 98. So, Mr. Thorley, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Senate Bill 98 was heard in this committee on April 3rd and was presented by Chair Dondera Loop and the State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Joan Ebert. The bill in its current form changes the amount of funding provided to school districts for each pupil enrolled in a full-time distance learning program from the adjusted base per pupil amount provided for pupils enrolled in a school district to the statewide base per pupil amount, which is consistent with the funding provided for pupils enrolled in a distance education program provided by a charter school or university school for profoundly gifted pupils. The bill also authorizes the Commission on School Funding to meet during legislative sessions if requested to do so by certain legislative standing committees. The bill also requires the Commission on School Funding to conduct an interim study on specific topics related to school funding and appropriates general funds of $320,000 in FY24 for this purpose. The bill becomes effective on July 1, 2023. Regarding the fiscal impact, as I previously noted, there's the $320,000 general fund appropriation in the bill for the Commission on School Funding to do the interim study on school funding. Department of Education also submitted a fiscal note indicating a fiscal impact of approximately $35,000 in FY25 to support travel costs associated with NDE staff to attend commission meetings. There are several fiscal notes submitted by school districts as well. There was testimony and support provided by the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. There was no opposition testimony, no neutral testimony. There is an amendment sponsored by this committee on your desks. It's also available on Nellis. It is Amendment 3726 to Senate Bill 98. The amendment makes significant changes to the bill. I'll briefly summarize the provisions of the amendment. The amendment removes sections 1, 2, 3, and 5 of the bill. This is done to make the bill consistent with the closing actions of the money committees related to the People Center funding plan. I would note the changes in sections 1, 2, 3, and 5 don't delete the wouldn't repeal the underlying language in NRS of those sections. It simply would not make the previously noted changes in the bill as introduced. The bill also changes the dates in which the Commission on School Funding could meet, extending their ability to meet through December 31st, and also adds in language allowing the Commission to meet in person or virtually, depending on the decision made by the Chair and the Superintendent of Public Instruction. The bill, or the amendment, staggers the terms of the commission members so that not all commission members end their terms at the same time. After a full rotation, all commission members would have a 3-year term. The amendment also changes the appropriations in the bill. The appropriation for a study would be increased from the $320,000 in the bill as introduced to $1.5 million. That would be for the study, the funding study as included in the bill as originally introduced, as well as an additional study that's added in Section 7 of the bill related to school accountability. There is also a general fund appropriation in the bill of $10,000 in FY25 for travel costs for the commission members to attend their meetings. That's in section 6.3. In section 6.5, there's a general fund appropriation of $6,200 in each fiscal year for travel and per diem costs related to NDE employees attending commission meetings. There is the addition of accountability language in various sections of the bill. This language is taken from Assembly Bill 400, which is the governor's education bill. And then lastly, actually, I think that covers all the major changes in the amendment. Happy to answer any questions that the committee members might have on the bill as introduced or the amendment, and I believe Superintendent Ebert is here also and available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably have questions to NDE, but to fiscal, so in K-12 subcommittee, so this is adding to their existing travel that we approved in K-12. So how much is the travel now for NDE?
Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. Senator Neal, you asking specifically for travel related to attend Commission on School Funding meetings?
Their total travel. Now we added additional dollars to their travel other than what we approved in the K-12.
Wayne Thorley again for the record. Staff can certainly provide you with that information. I don't have that off the top
Okay.
of my head. The NDE has many operating budgets, and several of those include travel funding, so we'd have to put that together, but we can provide that to the committee.
Okay.
Probably before we adjourn today.
So, Madam Chair, can I ask another question?
Please, go ahead.
So I have another question on the amendment on page 16. If, Madam Chair, can we call Superintendent Ebert up?
Yes, Superintendent Ebert, would you join us at the table, please?
So on page 16, you have the commission using metrics to measure the improvement of pupils enrolled in elementary school in literacy without limitation, Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. But the members out, I know retired Senator Woodhouse is on there, but the rest of the members are more financial. So, I saw Dr. Hibbler, but these are not people who are educators. So I don't understand how they're going to measure these particular things when they are not educators, right? You're having them really get into a lot of weeds in terms of their performance on tests. Why would I have Jason Gowdy measure that or give me information when he's the CFO?
Thank you for the questions, Senator Neal. Superintendent Ebert for the record. Good morning, committee. So if you notice the fiscal note to this bill, that would bring in the educational experts. We work, as you know, very closely with other entities like West Ed. So as this body brings in experts, the Commission on School Funding would also bring in experts to make those determinations, working alongside our staff at the Department of Education as well, with all of the data that we provide as also.
Madam Chair, follow-up. So when we talk about experts, are they going to be actual educators that are coming from the particular school districts? Because that's who I want to hear from when we're talking about measuring students and creating a metric on whether or not they can read. I don't want somebody from Florida coming in and having that conversation. There should be educators who are literally doing the work, especially in large school districts, whether or not they're literacy specialists that have been around, that have seen the trend, and can talk about what should really be examined and looked at. I understand where we're going, but I think that membership or your experts need to be refined to people who do the work in this state and in those districts.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, thank you, Senator Neal. Couldn't agree with you more. And that's how we have been moving forward with the department. At the same time, we also need people experts outside of the state to help form and make sure that as we are working together, and I work very closely with all of the superintendents and the State Public Charter School Authority, to make sure we are not only looking at our own student data, but how do we compare nationally? How are we competing? How are we preparing our students globally? So yes, 100%, we will have our local experts, but also have national experts that will help frame the entire work.
Go ahead, Senator Neal.
I'm just, is there a way to, add local and into this bill?
I think the
Like local experts.
right, and
I'm
I
talking
and
about
I
local.
think, and correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent, I think the idea is that we have this core meeting group, right? Like, just like we are here, and then you bring in the experts to give that expert testimony or opinions on how things should do. I certainly, for example, know even in this building, right? You could sit on a transportation committee and not be a transportation expert. But we bring in the experts and we bring in those people to weigh in and give us that data or that thought about how to do things. And Superintendent, please weigh in with me if that's not what you're thinking.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, Chair Dondera Loop, I think you described that accurately. And to the point of the senator, making sure that we are valuing, hearing, acknowledging the work that our educators are currently doing. And we do that as a department quite frequently. We do also have our Teachers Advisory Council, which we turn to, which I was just sharing last night. Thank all of you for listening to our educators, also providing funding for their input on their survey and all of that work. So on the record, valuing our educators, making sure that they are at the table, that as this work moves forward is how it will move forward.
And I would also say, added to that there are opportunities, and I was trying to see where it actually said that, but there are opportunities for the governor, the majority leader, and the speaker, and the minority leader of the Senate and the Assembly to appoint, I think, on this commission. So those very well could be an educator. So there's the opportunity there for leadership to appoint those people.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the indulgence. I'm okay. I just wanted to ask those questions.
Absolutely, and they're important questions, so thank you very much. All right, with that, any additional questions? Senator Gansert.
Madam Chair, thank you. So I missed the majority of this. And so, I just want to thank the superintendent for bringing this forward. I think this has the type of metrics we need to be able to address, to see how we are doing. And I think it's a very comprehensive, and it's a step in the right direction. So, especially when you look at some of the language around literacy and math and science. So I appreciate that we're moving forward. We're considering moving forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, if I see no more questions, I would accept a motion from Senator Wynn to amend and do pass. Would you make the motion, please, Senator Wynn?
I'd make a motion to amend and do pass.
Thank you very much. Senator Titus, second. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Thank you very much. And with that, I will take the floor statement on this particular item. All right. I will now open the hearing on Senate Bill 496. And we're ready for you, Senator Lang. We're waiting. Let's go. It's all right. All righty. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of Senate Finance. I'm Roberta Lang, and I represent Senate District 7 in Clark County. And I'm here today to talk to you about the fiscal impacts of Senate Bill 496, which is commonly known as the film bill. I've been working on this bill for about 2.5 years, trying to figure out a way that we could create a new industry in Nevada so we could have a more sustainable economy and diversify our economy in Nevada. And this bill has come together and done a lot of what my vision for how things could be different in our state. So we'd like to talk to you a little bit today about the fiscal impacts of that bill and what it means for our state. And we appreciate your time.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Greg Ferraro today appearing on behalf of Berkshire Development. Very briefly, we'll have a quick presentation. We've been instructed by the chair to make it tight and brief. So you'll hear from Brandy Berkshire from Zone 1. You'll hear from David O'Reilly from Zone 2. You'll hear from Mr. Vincequera, who's on the Zoom here from Sony. You'll hear from, we believe we'll see Mr. Miller, Assemblyman Miller, who is in ways now and will come and share a few comments with you. Then we will hear from our economist, John Restrepo, who we believe is in Las Vegas, to talk to you through the numbers. Just a comment for everybody, we have been working with Senator Lang, Senator Neal, and others in combining different ideas to this somewhat complicated piece of legislation. There are several moving parts. And we hope to today, following this hearing, bring all those together and into what we hope is a compromise conceptual amendment for this committee's work session. And we will pledge to do that right away as soon as we finish this hearing. So with that, I'll introduce Mr. Berkshire.
Thank you very much, sir. And we welcome Mr. Berkshire to the table. Welcome to Senate Finance, sir. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senators, committee members, my name is Brandon Berkshire, for the record, CEO of Berkshire Development, and I am the owner of the Zone 1 film studio complex at the Harry Reid Research Center in Las Vegas. Over the past several months, I've had the opportunity to talk to most of you and discuss with you about the vision we have. And as you know, we are no strangers to specialty projects such as the one that we're undertaking now. In West Hollywood, we created the consolidation of the interior design industry into one of the most iconic and timeless properties known as the Pacific Design Center, 1.3 million feet. We did the same for the produce industry in downtown Los Angeles, a 750,000 square foot project consolidating the produce industry for the Western U.S. And now we begin the journey with the film industry for the state of Nevada. 4 years ago, we set out to put together an infrastructure program in coordination with UNLV and to draw the attention to an industry that was over $150 billion. And we wanted to create this, doing so with a framework that would permanently bring to this state a relationship in the state of Nevada. We are inspired by the transformation that's occurring in the streaming and related content industry. And in particular, what got our attention was the shortage of first-class and quality sound stages and the related facilities to support that industry. So we've studied states that have adopted film tax credit programs, and we've noticed that there's an exodus from the state of California in particular with to other states that had attractive programs. But we found it very curious that the entertainment capital of the world was being overlooked by those seeking a new home. And I think the answer was very obvious, is that Nevada's film tax credit program was antiquated and insufficient. So our vision from the beginning has really been to amend the current film tax credit program and to attract the finest film production companies in the world by really putting together a plan that is, I'll put, among the peers in the top U.S. programs. But we wanted to avoid the mistakes made by those states that did not include a infrastructure element. We found that to be a fatal flaw for those that were not successful. But very central to this vision was an education program. And we believe that the creation of a foundation of inspiring youth from K through 12 and in our college systems to find a new career path, to provide them the pathway, and also to retain those who have become dissatisfied with their careers or have lost their jobs because of the pandemic, or really desire to create a new pathway for them in the film and television and content creation business. We all know that workforce development is a very essential element in the successful establishment of a new industry for the state. And we believe that by us putting down 3 deep tap roots into this economy, we will assure ourselves for the proper workforce that's required to sustain this new industry. First, we have signed an agreement with the UNLV for a 100-year ground lease that incorporates the integration of the benefits program for the students and professors. And most importantly, we want to elevate that program of film to be on peer with USC, NYU, and Chapman University. We have also embedded a $19 million a year component as part of this film tax credit allocation into 2 new educational facilities. The first facility will be the Nevada Media Lab, which is going to be located in Zone 1 and overseen by a board that I'll talk about in a minute. The second is a site owned by the Nevada partners and located in northern Las Vegas and overseen and funded by the Zone 2 team. We've created this board to oversee this opportunity to assure that the creative programming and all of the pathways being created are actually working to create this workforce that we have intended to create. So for over the last 2 years, we have refined the bill through the assistance of Senator Lang, and we should note that what we have is nearly complete. We're looking to refine that in the day ahead and hope to prove that we are going to be creating one of the most attractive and fiscally successful film tax credits in America. In fact, over the last 60 days, the recent draft of SB 496 has attracted 2 iconic studio teams to Nevada. You know of one, the Sony organization with their partner Howard Hughes, and we're so grateful for the heavy lifting that they have done to assist us in taking this bill to where it is today. The second has surfaced in the last few weeks, which has been Jeremy Remmer, who has mentioned that Disney might even be a possible studio partner for them. So we are frankly thrilled that this Senate Bill 496 has attracted these 2 iconic brands. But when Sony and Howard Hughes joined us, it just confirmed and substantiated our conviction about this industry and that creating a post-COVID film tax credit program is perfectly timed for this state. And that I was really hoping that we would be able to create this permanent home so close to the global headquarters in Hollywood. Candidly, Sony and Disney are just the tip of the iceberg. Zone 1 has been very quiet about its studio partners for good reason, but I can tell you as today that we have been in very active negotiations with many studio production companies. And once this bill becomes law, we will be concluding the negotiations and then making the announcement of our big name production partners. It is not a spec project because, as you know, the industry really wants a project that can be delivered quickly and on time, which is our sole intent. From a fiscal standpoint, Zone 1 and 2 and the enhanced non-infrastructure portion of the film tax credits that really are meant to facilitate the industry have a profound impact on the permanent employment in the state and the economic benefits to Nevada that are going to be shared with you in a moment, that are over 25x what every dollar that the state of Nevada will be investing. So we deeply believe that this economic program is a winner for the state of Nevada, and that the economic analysis that you're going to hear in a moment from RGC Economics is exciting and convincing. What's really unusual about this film tax credit is that the tax credits are actually put in place after the infrastructure has been invested in and the studios have pre-qualified with GOED, have filmed, and have passed their audit. So, in other words, we are actually investing Nevada dollars after the infrastructure's in place and the film have been created and the benefits have trickled into our economy. So to conclude, we have studied film tax credit programs throughout the United States and are well aware of what's working and not working. We have created a bill that is already attracting the finest studios in the business. And Bircher and his partners are willing to invest $400 million in equity and sign a $400 million loan to complete our project, just as the Zone 2 owners are as well. What we are asking of you this morning is to invite us, the two companies, Zone 1 and Zone 2, to build the infrastructure, to retrain the unemployed, and to retain and retrain the future generations of Nevada in a new and robust industry that will forever diversify our state. We think that this public-private partnership is really going to lead to a re-energized workforce and something that will diversify our economy and attract an industry that has long-term, high-paying careers, not just jobs, and will train the talent of tomorrow. Madam Chair, I thank you for the time to present you our case for Zone 1, and now my associate from Zone 2 will be joining.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Senate Finance, and please go ahead when you're ready and say your name for the record. Thank you.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I appreciate being here, Madam Chairman, Senators. My name is David O'Reilly. I'm the CEO of the Howard Hughes Corporation, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak in support of this bill. I think Brandy did a wonderful job summarizing some of the long-term benefits that will inure to the state and summarizing the incredible opportunity that Zone 1 provides. I'm going to approach it and give you a slightly different perspective. I'm going to approach it as the CEO of a $8+ billion company whose prized asset is right here in Southern Nevada, the community of Summerlin, and how we are completely aligned in terms of our success is inextricably linked with the success of the Nevada economy. And then spend a minute or two talking about Zone 2 and I think some of the benefits that are there. For your reference is a presentation on Nellis, and I'll be referring to it throughout my remarks, and if you're able to follow along, I think it'll provide a little bit of context. There's kind of 5 key points here from my perspective. The first is the most important, which is that this is a generational opportunity to strengthen and diversify our state's economy. With Zone 2 and with this project, we have the certainty of both a world-class content creator and an infrastructure developer to make sure that if this bill is passed, it will be executed. It's an unparalleled strength of sponsorship between Sony Pictures Entertainment and the Howard Hughes Corporation. And we have also committed to developing local career education with Nevada partners. I also think that the Howard Hughes organization's long-term stewardship is a critical component to seeing this be a successful project for the state. Clearly, this is transformative for the economy. If this bill is passed, we're going to enable long-term sustainable growth, economic expansion, thousands upon thousands of well-paid, predominantly union jobs. And we're going to kickstart the film industry right here. But it's beyond that. It's the cascading effect that this has on all the surrounding businesses. It's our neighbors. My neighbor who owns a catering business and the impact it'll have on her and the entire food service industry. One of my employees in Summerlin right now Her spouse drives a delivery service, and the impact that it will have on all the transportation industry in Southern Nevada. That ripple effect can't be underestimated, and I think it is a driver, a real driver of why this is such an important bill. Look, I don't think that there's been a state that's ever passed a bill like this with both the guarantee of content creation to the tune of $1 billion from Sony and a guarantee of infrastructure, and Howard Hughes is putting $700 million of our own money behind it. But that's just the tip of the iceberg, because we're proposing to put this in Summerlin South, right off the 215, on a shovel-ready site of 60 acres. It will be the anchor, the capstone of what will be a mixed-use lively development that will include a hotel site. It will include some authentic local retail that will service the studios. And we already have an office complex under construction. The walls have been tilted up and will be done in about a year that can support the back office of this studio. We have a running head start. All of which will be done as part of a cohesive master plan, as part of fitting into the fabric of this community. You know, importantly, having Sony, a global leader in both film and television, committing to bringing it here, speaks volumes not just to the opportunity for Sony, but the opportunity for the entire industry and the others that will follow. And I think partnering Sony with Howard Hughes is a tremendous benefit here. We're an $8.5 billion public company with $900 million of cash and restricted cash in our balance sheet. We can absolutely execute this. And over the past 10 years alone, we've invested $1.6 billion in Summerlin and done it without incentive, without asking for anything other than a chance to help grow this economy. Clearly, education is going to be at the forefront of this, and our collaboration with Nevada partners to train those that will work in these studios, to make sure that it's local talent that's coming to work every day, is critically important. We're committing $8 million on top of the $700 million to build the studio, on top of what we're going to build a mixed-use environment, just to build that training facility. And the structure of this bill with requirements of 50% below the line to work on there is going to ensure that local residents are hired. And Sony has already committed to hire directly from this educational facility. So we're assuring the success of this facility as well, in addition to this studio project. At the end of the day, Howard Hughes doesn't describe itself as a developer. We're a community builder. I think of developers as folks that buy a plot of land, build a building, sell it, and move on to the next state. We don't do that. We've been here for 40 years. We'll be here for the next several generations because our employees live here. Our employees' children go to school here. We're helping to craft the fabric of this community, and its long-term generational success is critical to our success. We're not going anywhere. And we have the ability to meet all of the incremental opportunities that will come as a result of this bill. We're talking about tens and thousands of jobs. Where will they live? Where will those children go to school? Will they be safe? The Summerlin Master Plan today already has more than enough substantial commitments to build schools, police, fire, homes, trails, restaurants, everything that we need to ensure that we can accommodate this growth and maintain affordability in the region, which is what we strive to do every day in our sales. You know, there is a photo here on page 13. It highlights the 22,500 acres of Summerlin. This is the past 40 years of our company's work. These are the billions of dollars that have gone into creating a home for 123,000 residents, to creating 36 schools, 200 miles of hiking and bike trails, a downtown thriving Summerlin with a ballpark, all done for the long-term success and benefit of the state. Highlighted on the left is the area that we've earmarked for development, and you can see the next 15 years of future development that will accommodate all the growth that comes from this and any other project that we're able to bring to this state. So I'll wrap up, and I will acknowledge, and I think you hear it already, that we unequivocally support this bill. But I'll also, along with our support, I'll acknowledge to this group and to all the legislature that this is a meaningful ask, one of size that has not come here before. And I think it's important to understand what we're getting for that, and what we are all getting for this, those that are invested in the success of this state. First and foremost, we're getting $1.5 billion of infrastructure between Berkshire and Howard Hughes done right off the bat. 10,000 construction jobs to complete that. Then we're getting studio production, content creation. And to unlock $190 million of tax credits, folks like Sony and Tony have to spend $633 million here just to unlock those credits. And the tangential impact, that waterfall, that cascade of other businesses, and you'll hear later today, we believe that's over $2.5 billion of annual economic development for this state, and an incremental 10,000 indirect and direct jobs. Importantly, this is an educational investment with both Nevada Partners and UNLV. And I'll wrap with what I think is the most important thing. That before us today is the opportunity to diversify and transform the state's economy, to take advantage of what has been an incredible 2022, and to have the courage to reinvest that back into this state, to create that diversity that is going to make this economy sustain. And when that next downturn comes and the lights on the Strip dim, the lights in the studio will be shining bright with jobs and economic development, putting us in a much better position than the last downturn. I always am asked from time to time what I want my legacy to be. And I will tell you that I want to make sure that I leave our communities like Summerlin, better than when I came in. And I think that we all today, collective, have the opportunity to shape our legacies and to say that we had the courage in the moment in time to take the leap, to reinvest in our people, reinvest in our economy, and create a more sustainable future for generations to come. So on behalf of the 300 employees sitting in Summerlin right now, their spouses, our neighbors, my friends, the folks at the ballpark I saw last night, I thank you for the opportunity and encourage you to join us in getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Reilly. We appreciate you being here today. Other presenters, Senator Lang.
I believe I'm next, Chair.
Okay, I see you on the screen. Thank you and welcome to those on the screen. And please go ahead when you are ready. And please say your name for the record.
I'm ready. Honorable members of the Committee on Finance, thank you for permitting me to speak with you today. My name is Tony Vinciquire, and I'm the Chairman and CEO of Sony Pictures Entertainment. I'd love to be with you in person today, but unfortunately we just found out about this yesterday. So we are so excited about the opportunity to work with Nevada. As David said, this is an unprecedented partnership and one that is so exciting for us here at Sony Pictures. In addition, every conversation I have with producers, directors, actors, other talent, writers, all are so excited about having the opportunity to work in Nevada and frankly not to have to go to Georgia. So this is a great opportunity for everyone. Sony Pictures produces about 300 television shows per year around the world, including The Crown, Better Call Saul, The Good Doctor, Cobra Kai, The Boys, The Night Agent, Outlander, Days of Our Lives, Jeopardy, SWAT, For All Mankind, The Blacklist, Wheel of Fortune, Shark Tank, and many, many, many others. In our motion picture group, we release over 20 feature films per year. Recent hits include Spider-Man No Way Home, Ghostbusters Afterlife, Where the Crawdads Sing, and The Woman King. And last night we premiered the latest animated Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse film to great reviews. I hope you get to see it this weekend. Senator Lang and other Nevada leaders share a vision for Nevada with an economy that is diversified, and we want to contribute to that with a thriving film and TV production industry that is built to last. And that's why we want a long-term commitment from Nevada, as we're willing to make a long-term commitment to Nevada, and that can compete with other states and countries for film and TV production jobs and investment. At Sony Pictures, we know what it takes to create such an industry, and we believe that we know that Nevada has the potential to meet this goal with the right combination of competitive production incentives, studio production infrastructure, which you just heard about from David, and access to goods and services providers and a skilled crew base. With Nevada production incentives, providing studios with a way to help offset the production costs they incur when they create Nevada production jobs and procure local goods and services, as David was just talking about. Nevada infrastructure providing studios with a place to film their projects, and we're going to build a fantastic one. We have in Culver City, just outside of Los Angeles, we have about a 54-acre lot where we produce many iconic TV and film shows. We'll do the same with a 60-acre, even larger lot size in Nevada, and a skilled crew base that will continue to grow to meet demand. As we produce product, more and more crew will move to Nevada and become permanent residents. The state can make that happen with this bill. And our industry is relatively recession resistant. Even in tougher times, people continue to consume television content and they continue to go to the movies. In October of last year, a representative of the National Theater Owners Association explained that the theatrical movie business has long proved to be unusually resilient when it comes to economic downturns. In fact, over the last 8 recessions, the box office has increased 6 times and admissions to theaters have gone up 5 times. So you might ask, what is the biggest factor for today's production planners when deciding where to locate a project to film for TV or theaters? It's production incentives and crew. Today, most U.S. states and territories maintain production incentives, and the most competitive among them, including Georgia, Louisiana, New Mexico, and New York, have seen unbelievably great success. In terms of hundreds of film and television projects, tens of thousands of really high-paying, good jobs, mostly union, billions of dollars in film and TV production expenditures on goods and services, all the ancillary services around a production, as David talked about, and thriving production industries, as I said previously, built to last. In Georgia, last year, Georgia Public Broadcasting reported Georgia's film industry took off after the state began offering generous tax incentives and credits to lure productions. The program's economic impact has soared from $242 million in 2007, the year before the General Assembly passed the legislation that significantly increased the tax credit, to a record-setting $4 billion in direct spending in fiscal 2021, and it's gone up since. Louisiana, in 2015, the Louisiana Film Entertainment Association and Motion Picture Association of America released a study that found the following. The enactment of the Louisiana Motion Picture Investor Tax Credit, total Louisiana motion picture and television employment increased by 594%, from 868 jobs in 2002 to over 6,000 jobs in 2013. Pretty impressive. During the same period, total U.S. motion picture and television employment increased by 12.4%. You can see the difference. In New Mexico, in December of last year, a report commissioned by the New Mexico Film Office explained the film production tax credit program attracts significant expenditures to the state of New Mexico. In fiscal year 2021 and 22, the combined 3-year cost of the credit was an estimated $335 million, an average of $111.6 million annually. This incentivized $1.8 billion in production expenditures in New Mexico over that period. You can see the ratios there. The same report also showed that there was $26.4 million in direct production spend in New Mexico in 2003, when the state first established its incentive program. And by 2022, that number had risen to $855 million. In 2021, the California Film Commission reported in 2022 alone, productions in Georgia, Louisiana, New Mexico, and New York spent $18 billion in motion picture and television production. More than 300 film and television projects hired 167,000 cast and crew in these jurisdictions. Now, this effort to unlock Nevada's potential as a competitive film and TV production hub is something we are extraordinarily excited about. And with such a program in place and this new studio infrastructure coming online, and by the way, we're ready to go tomorrow if you're ready to go. Sony Pictures is prepared to spend up to $1 billion on film and TV production in the Silver State. It's $1 billion. We're pleased to be working with Senator Lang, the Howard Hughes Corporation, Berkshire Development, and other stakeholders in this important effort to diversify Nevada's economy with a thriving production industry. And we thank you all for your consideration of the amended legislation. Thank you again for permitting me to speak with you today.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time this morning. I think we're going to go to oh, Mr. Estrepo, are you there?
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair, we're going to change the batting order of the presentation and ask that Mr. Restrepo, who's in Las Vegas, come to the table. We can talk about the specific economic benefits associated with 496, so we can start talking a little bit about how it's going to function and what its return is. And I see them coming to the table now. Then we'll come back to Mr. Payan and, of course, Assemblyman Miller.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, everybody knows who's up next. Welcome in Las Vegas, and please go ahead when you're ready.
Sorry, I had my mic off. I'm sorry. Thank you for inviting us here this morning. My name is John Restrepo, principal of RCG Economics here in Las Vegas. With me today is our Director of Research, Grant McCandless. I'm going to start out by giving you kind of a quick overview of what we've done from just an economic standpoint, looking at it as an independent economist, and then Grant will get into the weeds a bit about the actual economic impacts that we're seeing, or economic benefits, if you want to call it that, for Zone 1, which is the Las Vegas Media Campus, and Zone 2, the Howard Hughes, Summerlin, and Sony production facility campus. As part of my opening remarks, there are a few things that the speakers before us said that were to us very critically important as economists. First of all, we were retained by both the Berkshire Development for Zone 1 and by Howard Hughes and Sony for Zone 2 to look at this project. I think one of the reasons that we were retained is we do have a reputation in the state of being a fact-based, independent, kind of will tell you the good, bad, and ugly kind of firm. So we were told by both our clients, listen, we want numbers that are supportable. Just give us it all. Give us tell us the whole story about the benefits that are associated with the project. The other thing that I'm very excited about in working on this project, and we've done quite a few of these economic benefit studies and fiscal benefit studies throughout the years here in Nevada. I've been here about 30 years, that have benefited, in my opinion, the community in many ways. But very few were able to do what the media campus or the production facility studio has done, and that is bring a higher level of skilled workforce, particularly with wages. And what I like that was said earlier by Mr. O'Reilly, I believe, we're creating careers here and not just jobs. The other thing that we've been pushing for many years and working for with our clients, both in the private and public sectors, is how do we move Las Vegas to be a more resilient economy? I think Mr. O'Reilly mentioned that earlier. We do have a kind of economy here in Southern Nevada, as a large metro area, one of the largest in the country, that is one of the most vulnerable, if not the most vulnerable economy in the country. And we saw that during the Great Recession, and we saw it again during the pandemic. So this kind of industry here increases the resiliency and lowers vulnerability. The other thing that's not been discussed as much, I don't think, is the importance of our proximity to California and the great benefits we get from California because being located next to the fifth largest economy in the world. And so because of that, and because the center of excellence, if you want to call it that, for the entertainment industry or the film industry is a Hollywood, being within a 4 or 5 hour drive to LA is a huge benefit that we have here in Southern Nevada that others do not have. We essentially are a business suburb of the Southern California entertainment industry. Finally, a couple of final things are the educational component at the media campus is really critical. We think in terms of training our workforce and developing a studio specialty at UNLV and to a certain extent, I guess, at CSN. So the issue of the tie-in between higher ed in this industry, we think is really critical for the future resilience of our economy. And finally, which is something that's often not discussed, is this is being built on infill land. We have limited land resources in Southern Nevada. The Harry Reid Park is a great resource for us, and so being able to build in an infill location surrounded by the housing that's already there, with a lot of the other amenities that are there, both at Harry Reid and at Summerlin, are really critical in terms of building something that's basically an urban economic development effort. And so with that said, we were very happy to be invited to speak here today and to be part of this project. So what I'll do now, with the limited time we have, is hand it over to our research director to go over the details of what we found, both for the media campus and Summerlin. And we'll be providing this PDF for the committee. We just heard about this last night, so we spent most of the last night working on this thing together. So we'll get you a copy of the presentation later today.
Thank you very much, and to all involved, we just moved fast the last 5 days that we're here, and so we don't have a lot of time, but we appreciate your willingness to be flexible. Mr. McCandless, welcome, please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Grant McCandless. I'm the Director of Research for RCG Economics, and I'd like to quickly walk you through 12 slides of a presentation we've prepared. Hopefully, if you are not able to access it right now on Nellis, you will be very soon. The first slide shows the development plan for Zone 1, which is the Las Vegas Media Campus, shown there in the southwest of the valley. The next slide shows the economic benefits that we have calculated for Zone 1, which is we've got construction benefits and then operational benefits along the top row there. And then those benefits will include employment, earnings, and economic output. When we start with the construction benefits, we're projecting for the media campus, the Zone 1, almost 7,000 jobs supported. These include about 5,000 construction jobs and another 1,800 to 2,000 supplier and other jobs supported in the community from the construction itself. Earnings over $450 million and almost $1 billion in total economic output for the state from the construction of Zone 1, not including tax benefits, which I will come to in just a moment. Annually, once the media campus is operational, there we are projecting 3,400 direct operational jobs with earnings around $150 million and almost $800 million in economic output directly located at the Las Vegas Media Campus. In the community, additional jobs supported almost 4,000, earnings topping $200 million and approaching $800 million in economic output. Again, not including taxes to the state and local government entities. Moving to Zone 2, we have a picture here of the Summerlin Production Studios, a draft of the layout that will be developed there, and some of the acreages we were provided to estimate how many jobs would be supported once the Summerlin Production Studios are operational. The economic benefits of Zone 2 that we project. In the construction phase, almost 8,000 jobs. 5,000 of those would be construction jobs, roughly on site, yes, on site, and almost 3,000 in the community supported by that construction. Earnings topping $500 million and economic output of over $1 billion from the construction of Zone 2. Annually, once the Summerlin Production Studios are operational, we expect 1,300 jobs on site to be supported, almost $100 million in earnings, I should say that earnings include wages, salaries, as well as proprietor's income on the site, and economic output topping $600 million annually. In the community, the operations of Zone 2 will support over 3,000 jobs, almost $200 million in earnings, and almost $700 million in economic output. Moving to the fiscal benefits, the taxes that will result from construction and operations. Starting with the construction benefits, those taxes we expect will amount to over $20 million from the construction phase. Now, these are during the months and years that the media campus will be under construction. Those taxes are combined sales and use taxes, much of that from the materials purchased for construction, as well as $3 million in modified business tax from the construction wages. Annually, once the media campus is operational, we expect over $55 million in tax revenues for state and local government entities, which you can see are combined $38 million from sales and use tax and $1.4 million modified business, $3 million in commerce tax. And I would also like to call out that the Zone 1 Las Vegas Media Campus has a contribution to the Nevada Media Education and Vocational Fund that we expect will be $13 million annually. Moving to fiscal benefits for Zone 2, the Summerlin Production Studios, we expect construction revenues, tax revenues to approach $30 million. Combined $22 million sales and use tax, $5 million in modified business tax. And annually, once Zone 2 is operational, almost $34 million in fiscal revenues, combined sales and use, modified business, and commerce tax. This next slide shows the occupations that we would expect at the Las Vegas Media Campus, and it's sorted by the average annual earnings of those occupations. I'll note here the Clark County average earnings is just short of $53,000. Many of these, I won't go through the entire list, but many of these jobs listed here will exceed that. You can see especially architecture and engineering jobs, computer and math, management, legal, business and financial operations, to name the top earning occupations. The next chart shows how many employees we would expect in those occupational categories. The arts, design, and entertainment, unsurprisingly, is at the top, topping 900 jobs during the operations phase, or each year of operations. And those jobs will earn roughly the average salary in Clark County. But you can see in the third line, management, 278 jobs in management. We expect those management jobs to earn well above the average, as well as the computer and math jobs and the business and finance jobs. Roughly 1/5 of all of the jobs supported at the media campus, we would expect to earn at least $60,000 a year, so above the average for Clark County. The next slide touches on the total job support. It is a summary of all the jobs supported by both zones. We expect to exceed 26,000 jobs. That is combined construction phases and operation phases. So starting with Zone 1 on the left, almost 7,000 total construction phase jobs will be supported by the construction of Zone 1. This includes jobs in the community that are what are called indirect and induced jobs, suppliers and businesses that support the construction of Zone 1. We expect 3,400 on-site jobs once the media campus is operational, and 3,700 indirect and induced jobs in the community every year once Zone 1 is operational.
Hey, Grant, it's Greg Ferraro. If
On
I
the
may
right-
interrupt for a minute, if I may, Grant. I
Yes,
believe
please.
the committee, some may or may not have the presentation. I don't think they do, so we will try to get that.
We do not have it, so thank you very much.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. So Grant, maybe when you're coming to the conclusion and provide a summary of your findings, we could maybe color that in, knowing they don't have your packet yet, but I'm sure it's on its way.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, and so this slide that I'm touching on now is very much the summary of employments at the two zones. So just to recap there in Zone 1, almost 7,000 construction jobs supported. Then once it's operational, 3,400 jobs on site and almost 4,000 jobs in the community supported. In Zone 2, slightly more construction jobs because of the additional construction costs that we expect, and also Nevada source construction materials in Zone 2. Almost 8,000 total construction phase jobs supported. Once it is operational, 1,300 on-site jobs, and in the community, 3,300 jobs supported once Zone 2 is operational. So let me recap the economic output, since you don't have it in front of you, what that is for the two locations. So we're talking over let me go to Zone 1, almost $1 billion in economic output from the construction phase of Zone 1. And then once it's operational, about $1.4 billion combined economic output from the Las Vegas Media Campus. Zone 2, over $1 billion in economic output from the construction phase, and about the same, about 1.2, 1.3 billion annually during the operations phase. Fiscal benefits from Zone 1, about 20 million from construction, 55 million annually from operations. Almost 30 million in fiscal benefits from Zone 2's construction, and almost 34 million annually from Zone 2's operations. And I think that concludes the presentation. Since you don't have it in front of you, I'm not going to read you numbers from the tables on the final two slides.
Greg Ferraro for the record, Chair. Grant, could you provide, is there an ROI number and a collapsed or combined indirect and induced new net economic activity summary numbers?
Yes, thank you. So those final two slides do show the ROI, a forecast of 20 years. We start in year 3 when operations begin for Zone 1 at 47 cents on the dollar in tax revenues received by the state per tax credit given, increasing over time to 52 cents on the dollar in year 20 of operations. Similarly, for Zone 2, starting at about 42 cents on the dollar of fiscal revenues per dollar of tax credit, going up to 50 cents.
And if I just jump in for a minute, Grant, if we could give the committee the multipliers.
Sure.
For the jobs, earnings, and wages, real quick.
Yeah, sure. Yes, certainly. So for the construction phase, we're looking at multipliers of 1.5 for both zones in the construction phase. That means for every one construction job, another half job in the community or on site is, in the community is supported by the construction. So for every one construction job, another half job in the community is supported. Earnings, about the same, 1.4, 1.5. So every dollar earned on site in construction is another half dollar in the community earned. Output slightly higher, 1.7. So economic output generated on site results in another 70 cents on the dollar generated in the community. For the operations phase, once the two are operational, we expect between $2 and $3 or 2 and 3 times employment, meaning for every one direct job operational at the two zones, another 2 to 3 jobs in the community supported. In earnings, similarly between 2 to 3 times. So for every dollar earned on site at the two zones, $2 in the community, 2 to 3. Output roughly twice. So economic output on site results in $2 per 2 times in the community for both zones.
We have provided the slideshow, and so the committee should be getting it soon. We gave it to one of the staff here a few minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that we may stop for questions at this venue. And I actually would like to start with a question, and then I'll go to Senator Titus. And I don't know who will answer this question, somebody from the audience or Mr. Ferraro or Mr. Restrepo. It's no secret that I always ask about education, so we'll start there. I would like to know what the investment will be in the education system, and along with that, childcare, because these employees are going to need childcare, and they can't have childcare, 30 minutes away. Maybe they may need to have childcare right by where they work. So if somebody could address how we are going to invest in education and what we are going to do with that. And with that being said, I'm going to kind of lump all my questions together. We have a very strong Las Vegas Academy in Las Vegas that deals with the arts, and some of these, some of our high schools already deal with filmmaking. Will there be an opportunity, and I don't mean from the kids in the high school, but will there be an opportunity for independent filmmakers as these kids go to college or come back to Nevada? They are small independent filmmakers. They're not making whatever Spider-Man movie is out there now. They are just making small independent films. And will there be an opportunity for those students and budding entrepreneurs to be able to use these facilities and take advantage of these? So if you could address that, the education system and childcare, I would appreciate it.
Madam Chair, Greg Ferraro for the record. Maybe we'll take the last one first, and I'll ask Mr. Miller to talk about his involvement in the bill and what he's trying to accomplish specifically related to independent filmmaking.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Dondero Loop and members of the committee. I am C.H. Miller, representing Assembly District 7, and as you have already heard, I am super duper excited to be a part of this bill. I am still super duper excited about it. I want to speak to a couple of the things that you just mentioned. First of all, my son graduated from Las Vegas Performing Arts Academy, and so did my sister. So I understand and agree 100% with you about the artistic individuals that are growing up and developing there. I can't speak to whether or not there will be any direct funding to that because we just haven't discussed it yet. But what I can say is one of the things that I'm really excited about, I believe in Zone 1, they are doing the media lab with UNLV. And then in Zone 2, from Zone 2, we are doing the Nevada Partners Vocational Production Studio, which will create opportunities for folks to get pipeline jobs into the industry, specifically from that site into the Sony pipeline. My idea or vision with us being able to do that, along with the media fund and all of that, is to create some type of grants and opportunities for those very new independent filmmakers that maybe have just finished school or whatnot, have access to those particular facilities as they are also developing and training the workforce that's going to go into the studio. So we kind of have this holistic approach of how we are raising our artistic folks as well as our crew who want to work in the industry. At the Nevada Partner site, there's going to be a 16,000 square foot training center that will be there to train and retrain Nevadans for careers in production. A part of that is the commitment from that is from the Howard Hughes Corporation, the Nevada Partners folks, IATSE, and Sony, who will all work together to create above-the-line opportunities for the writers, producers, and directors to have fellowships into the Sony pipeline, as well as for folks to be trained by IATSE to become IATSE members to work on these sets. So from an educational standpoint, I think that the next step from someone who goes to a performing arts academy like Las Vegas, they can immediately start to step into some of these opportunities in these two sites.
So with that being said, if I've already, I don't know, I'm at a school in California, right? I'm in a college in California and I am going into this field of small independent filmmaking. Am I able to come back to Las Vegas where I was raised and went to Las Vegas Academy and now I would like my career to be an independent filmmaker? Can I use those facilities?
Chair Dendera Loop, Matt Walker, for the record, on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation. Not to spoil their preview, but we will have a caller who owns a small business in Las Vegas. It's the exact same scenario we were laying out. Daughter graduated through the performing arts programs that we publicly invested in and had to go to California to find stable, steady work, and they want her to come home, and this is exactly that opportunity. I would also just mention that 10% of every credit earned from every qualifying production, whether happening at the UNLV campus or another production, is going to be tipped back to an education account. And those grants will be made available to a wide variety of educational opportunities from K-12 to community college to higher ed statewide.
That's right. Greg Farrar, for the record. I'll just draw your attention to Section 7 of the bill, which is really the foundation of where that money will go. And what we're anticipating, and I think the Restrepo group said this also, is that 10% of the 30% is going to be about approximate anywhere from $18 to $20 million a year. So that will get distributed into the Nevada Media Lab, and that will ultimately find its way to the organizations you see described in Section 7.
Thank you very much. If you'll indulge me, what I don't want to have happen is some of the things that have happened in the past where education doesn't have so much of a say in it. It's something that happens outside of the bill and outside of the purview of perhaps the Nevada Department of Ed, or in this case, because it's going to be, we're talking about Zone 1 and 2 right now in Clark County, where we may need some of that funding designed in a different way. I don't want it to just be, as happened in the past, somebody saying, I'll do all this, and then it's done at their whim, if you will, rather than at the direction of the educators who may know exactly what is needed.
Well noted, Chair. Greg Ferraro for the record. I think I draw your attention to Section 31 of the bill, which is still in some discussions. It's not finalized yet, but at least as proposed, there'll be a board called the Nevada Film, Media, and Related Technology Education and Vocational Training Board that will have appointments. It will have 4 legislative appointments, one by each of the caucus leaders. It will have an appointment by the governor. It will have an appointment from each of the 2 zones. And we've gone farther. We're adding 2 more, one from Nevada Partners and one from NSHE. So we're building a board that will oversee the distribution of those funds and help also oversee the connectivity between the emerging workforce and the opportunity. And this board will help create that pairing.
Okay, so with that, I spoiled the rest of the presentation. I've got an answer from you. Daycare. I don't know if you can address that or not, or have thought about that, but daycare is in such short supply, and Mr. Walker has a new child that he may need to put in that.
Yes, ma'am. Matt Walker for the record on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation. I don't know if they're going to commute to Boulder City, but we have been in conversations with the city of Las Vegas, Councilwoman Diaz, and are excited to find out how we can support and make a commitment to support vocational training on the east side of Las Vegas at a site that's been identified that definitely has a campus for childcare as a key component of that. We understand how important that is to being able to have access and participation, and look forward to fleshing that out more with the committee in detail.
And I'll just say, we anticipated your question, Chair, and yes, we have an on-site facility at Las Vegas Media
Perfect.
Campus.
That's what I wanted to hear. Okay. Any questions, Senator Titus?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as our chair has commented that she's committed to education, it's one of her main focuses from her career. My career is I'm a rural Nevada physician. I represent 6 rural counties. And so my questions tend to be about infrastructure and healthcare. So what I haven't heard from you is with this 123,000 new residencies that are going to come in near Summerland, where's the infrastructure for the water commitment? Our rural counties are anxious that this massive influx of homes and folks without the commitment, when we're hearing that there's been drought warnings and they're cutting back, and Southern Nevada Water Authority now has asked people not to have lawns, and worried about all of those things. Where's the commitment to infrastructure, and will it again be a impact on not only the rurals, but those that live there will have to cut back on their water use? And I have a follow-up.
Matt Walker on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation. That's a prescient issue, one that's at the top of everybody's mind. I can say that we've been a leader in water conservation. We were pioneers in the initial zero-scaping program in the early 2000s, and we can commit to building with the most water-safe, water-smart development practices in coordination with the nation's leading conservation agency in the Southern Nevada Water Authority and Las Vegas Valley Water District. Any development we do is on parcels already zoned for commercial development, already anticipated for that development. And of all the laundry list of potential economic development opportunities that run the range from mining to manufacturing, we strongly believe that film production, which essentially is a human factory for art, is the most water-smart economic development we could do in Southern Nevada.
Senator, I'll just add from Zone 1's perspective, we're working in coordination with UNLV, who I think has a heightened sensitivity to the issues you're talking about. So we're committed as well to work on the university property to make sure that we are doing everything we can to enhance what is otherwise a very clean and green industry. And we think, secondly, you'll see a lot of organized labor people in the audience, and some of what we're getting to is also retraining people that already live in Las Vegas, but giving them a new opportunity and a new hope in a new industry.
Thank you. Madam Chair, one more question. So in relating to the healthcare, we rank 50th in most bad measures in healthcare in Nevada. And I have not heard any, yes, you're committed to daycare and you're going to educate at the college level. I haven't heard, as you bring these folks in, any commitment to helping us with our healthcare needs, helping us with who's going to be taking care of these folks, and commitment to the general well-being of Southern Nevada. And along with that same thing, reaching out to rural Nevada, and where's your contact with students in rural Nevada, and making sure that your footprint, which is going to be large, helps all Nevadans. Thank you.
Chair, through you and to Senator Titus, Greg Ferraro for the record. A couple of things there, Senator. I would take that in reverse order too. What we haven't talked a lot about yet is what we've referred to as the third bucket. There's Zone 1's allocation of film tax credits, there's Zone 2's allocation of credits, and there's non-infrastructure is the language used in the bill. We kind of call it the third bucket informally. The third bucket has application statewide. So in discussions with Senator Neal and Senator Lang, we know that there's going to be some availability of some unused credits in that bucket. We're still finalizing the language there, but that will be available to all interests statewide that want to pursue that credit to help finance their production. As it relates to healthcare and overall community services, and demand for community services, I think we integrate very nicely into what is already in place, and that is the infrastructure for social services. I think we're not going to be placing a heavy demand on that because, again, we're going to be working with a lot of people that already live here and are going to be wanting to be a part of a new industry, and then we're going to be training the talent of tomorrow, and they're already largely here.
Matt Walker on behalf of Howard Hughes Corporation, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Titus. We are in a unique position in this conversation because we developed Summerlin Hospital and we're still partners in Summerlin Hospital. We also are in partnership with Roseman University that's going to build a university campus just north of the site that our CEO highlighted for a campus that in terms of square footage building-wise is going to be just as large as UNLV's campus minus the athletic facilities, so it's a significant investment that involves a clinic and some opportunities to have real on-the-ground both training and services happening within seconds from where we have proposed this site.
And just one other thing, Senator, I forgot to mention is that the dollars that are going to flow through the Nevada Media Lab and Nevada Partners, the way the bill is written, are intended to go out statewide, all 17 counties, 17 school districts. We don't want to say that those monies are only limited to Clark County. They are not, and Section 7 clearly expresses that.
Thank you very much. Additional questions, Senator Neal? Oh, Senator Wynn.
Thank you. I have several questions, if that's okay, Chair, but I'll start with just one if you want to go to other people first. I kind of want to go, and this might be a question for your partners kind of with UNLV. It's my understanding in reading this bill that the Media Lab is going to be built, I guess, on this UNLV site. So I'm just curious on what the value of that land is that they're doing in partnership with UNLV. How much is NSHE giving up as a part of, having this build out of this Media Lab?
Chair, through you and to Senator
And you may go
Wynn.
direct.
My name is Brandon Bircher. Yes, the Nevada Media Lab is a 50,000 square foot facility on the UNLV research campus, and it is going to be the home for all the programming and the K through 12 programs and the various trade schools, et cetera, for ongoing training. The value of the land has been negotiated with UNLV on a 100-year ground lease, and we've come to a market valuation with a 7% rate of return.
And I'm sorry, and who is that to? Is that directly with?
The Research Foundation.
I see Dr. Brooks at the table. Would you like to address that?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and to you, Senator Wynn. That is accurate, what Mr. Bircher stated, and the agreement is with the UNLV Research Foundation, not with the UNLV campus in general. And it is at a 7% valuation as we understand it.
What does that mean in numbers? Approximately.
Sure, I can get that number for you. I do not have the actual number or spreadsheet with me at this moment.
Chair, may I follow up on this UNLV line?
Absolutely, please.
So who is anticipated to maintain this like 50,000 square foot facility once it is operational? Like who undergoes those costs? Who undergoes the maintenance, the equipment, all of that kind of information?
Yes, Brandon Bircher, Senator Wynn. The first question regarding the amount, it's about a $300 million total cumulative rent over the 100-year period. Number two, regarding the actual operation of the Nevada Media Lab, the Education and Vocational Fund of approximately $19 million that Mr. Ferraro shared with you a moment ago is 40% allocated towards the operation and the purchasing of equipment and programming for the education at the lab building. The other 40% is to the K through 12 and other educational systems in the state of Nevada statewide, and 20% to the Nevada partners.
And I'm sorry, the staffing of the building, I mean, this is a huge facility. Is this just not going to be undertook by like UNLV? I guess that might be a question for Dr. Brooks.
If I could, Ms. Brooks, I am certain that, again, Brandon Bircher, we are funding the personnel from the operational budget of the 40% that goes into the fund, and it is going to be overseen by the board that we talked about a moment ago of 9 members, which are in Section 31.
And then can you elaborate more on some of these partnerships? Like, will there be internships? Like, will they be paid internships? Will there be graduate scholarships or undergraduate scholarships? I don't know, equipment, any of that kind of stuff. Are those laid out already? I didn't see them specifically laid out, but how do you anticipate that, like, I guess, MOU process or that, like, partnership actually having accountability?
For the record, Constance Brooks, and through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Wynn, first of all, we want to thank you for the attention that you're paying toward our students and the benefits that they would receive from this partnership. Indeed, there will be ample internship as well as apprenticeship opportunities. Some of them we hope will be paid. We are still working out the details through our Fine Arts Department, and our Dean, Nancy Usher, is on the phone waiting to call in with more insight and detail in that regard. But I also wanted to offer that the salary for the full-time integration program director is included within our negotiation or our relationship with Bircher. And so some of the staffing is going to be partly UNLV staff and faculty and from other departments across the campus. But in addition, there will be full-time staff as a result of this partnership that will be dedicated toward the management and operations of the actual film studio.
Thank you. And Chair, if you'd like, I have some other questions, but if you would like to go to some of the other members.
I will see who else has a question, and maybe you get to keep going. Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just wanted to follow up on one particular portion. So for the land that's in Zone 1, isn't the university, who owns, it's university-owned property, right?
Yes, the Harry Reid Research Park is university-owned property, but we are in a development agreement with the Bircher Media Group.
But university-owned property is exempt from property tax, correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator Neal. As I understand it, yes, we are.
So when you talk about the valuation, it excludes, what is the property tax, what would be the assessed value of this particular piece of land?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Neal, I do not have that answer with me. I will provide that to you
So,
immediately.
thank you. So does RCG have that information when you guys discuss what the ROI would be?
Thank you, Senator Neal. John Restrepo with RCG Economics. In our analysis, we looked at, in our last grant to step in on the potential property tax generation, we looked at the improvements of the project, not the land portion, just what would be built by Berkshire. Grant?
That's correct. Grant McCandless, RCG Economics. Yes, we only calculated property tax on the improvements to that land, not on the land itself.
And what did you have as the calculation as the improvements?
Give us a minute here.
Over a 20-year period, the property tax we calculated on the improvements would come to $108 million.
Okay, so $108 million over 20 years.
That's correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I follow up?
Certainly.
So, in the Zone 1, where the capital investment is at the 200 million, and it said including the cost of any land, what is the actual cost of the land? Since it's baked in and it doesn't have property tax.
The 34, Brandon Bircher, Senator Neal, the land value is at the market value of approximately $1 million an acre, and at a 7% annualized rate of return for the ground lease payment. The $200 million for the initial phase is for the initial phases of soundstage and supporting film studio infrastructure.
So $1 million, so the land can actually allow the accumulation to 200 million, or does the land fall less than the 200 million capital investment?
No, actually, Senator Neal, the first phase of about 15 acres would be a $15 million valuation equivalent had it been on a market value. It would be $15 million.
That's for the first 15 acres?
Yes,
And the
which
next,
would be the first phase.
And the next set of acres?
It was rolled out over a 3-phase development, and all to be completed by December 31 of 2029, the first phase being completed by December 31 of 27.
But in terms of the amount, like the acreage then amounts to how much in land evaluation?
It would
The
be
total amount.
the total valuation, again, Brandon Bircher, Senator Neal, the total valuation for the 34 acres would be 34 million at $1 million per acre.
Okay, thank you for that. But I'll let, if you're willing to go back to Assemblywoman Wynn.
All right. Senator Wynn.
If we could go kind of moving around here, if we could move to section 11 of the bill. And I don't know who wants to come and talk about section 11. And I'm just looking at this election of credit section. I have some concerns that, I mean, we're essentially letting Bircher, and this might be a question for Mr. Bircher, or it might be a question for Mr. Ferraro. We're allowing this private, I mean, I just have a lot of discomfort in giving this power of the election of credits to a private entity versus GoEd. And I don't know if I've seen this, you know, in other areas where we take away that, you know, I guess decision making and give it straight to the private company that seeks to benefit from it. So if you could kind of describe to me why that's included in there, why that is in there, that would be great.
Thank you, Senator Greg Ferraro, for the record. Let me just first say that it's very important that we underscore that GoEd has a very important critical role in this process. And they have two parts at the front end and the back end. So GoEd, without GoEd, this doesn't happen. First of all, any production has to be pre-qualified by GoEd. Then, if you get a pre-qual, which we call pre-qual letter, then you're allowed to do your production in concert with the credit allocation. Then GoEd has another important role at the conclusion of the production by which they audit. So you have to say what you're going to do, you have to do it, and then you have to prove you did it. And GoEd plays the front-end policeman and the back-end policeman for the state of Nevada. So the credits don't just go without any GoEd oversight or involvement, because it's their involvement that enables the credits to be issued once they've been pre-qualified and once they met their audit responsibilities.
But again, what is the basis of even having a private entity, like, even in that, like, conversation? Like, I don't see that anywhere else when it comes to tax credits with the determination of GoEd. Other than, obviously, I can see how your business model would want to be in control of something that controls their success. But it gives me discomfort that it is a private entity essentially having that level of control, even in the process, over state resources.
Senator Greg Farrar, for the record, I think this is another example inside the bill of a public-private partnership, because the credits can't be issued without the state saying, okay, and yes, you did what you said you were going to do. That's one part of the public-private partnership. The second part of the public-private partnership is we're allowing by Section 11 authority for the lead participant to determine whether the studio is going to distribute, or the production group distribute the credits, or if the developer is, because the goal of this is to keep those studios as full as we can for as long as we can. And we think since we're on site, on property, fully integrated into the system, we're going to have a better sense of where those credits should be allocated, what kind of sound studios they need, how they're going to do it once they've been pre-qualified. So the state, GoEd, has said, yes, you're eligible, you meet the standards in the bill, or you were disqualified because you don't meet the standards in the bill. And we think that is essential before we sort of parcel out the credits so that we can keep our studios as full as possible over the course of 12 months. We're going to be closer to it, we're more involved in it, and we can't do it without our partner, GoEd, saying go.
I have a couple other questions, Chair, but I need to kind of wrap my head around some of that, if you wouldn't mind coming back.
Fair enough. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question on the direct output, and this is to RCG, outside of employment, what's being counted in the direct output?
Grant McCandless, RCG Economics. So direct output includes earnings, salaries, and proprietor's income earned on location, either construction or in the operations at the location.
Okay.
Yep, go ahead.
So, sorry, I thought you took a long pause.
Sorry, I just paused a little bit long there. It also includes spending spending on that location, on production, for example.
Okay.
If I Senator Neal, John Restrepo here. If I could elaborate that on a little bit. The economic output, you could say, is equivalent to or a contribution to a regional gross metro product. It's the contribution to economic activity overall in the economy, both from the site, on site, and then on the direct side, and the indirect and induced as it flows through the economy, those economic activities, sort of like the wages do in the earnings.
Okay, thank you for that. So for you guys listed commerce tax, saying that there would be commerce tax impacts, which would grow the commerce tax impact to the state. So what have you calculated as, I guess in theory, would be the business growth that would then meet that threshold where we would be able to capture them? How many businesses do you think would be generated, additional businesses would be generated out of the zones that would meet the commerce tax threshold above 4 million?
Grant McCandless, RCG Economics. We haven't projected and are not able to project the number of businesses. What we are able to say is how many indirect and induced jobs are supported. And so those would be jobs off-site in the community, suppliers, vendors, restaurants that support the construction and operations. And so I've got slides 3 and 5 that you'll be able to see later that show 3,700 jobs off-site annually supported by Zone 1 and 3,300 off-site annually supported by Zone 2. And so while I cannot tell you the number of businesses, we can confidently say that these are jobs in the community that would be supported.
Okay, and then I know in the bill there are loan out companies, which the loan out companies are there for the above the line folks. And I didn't ask this question, but would they be subject to the commerce tax? What's their nexus to the state in regards to having a principal place of business here, or what could be their potential gross revenue that would actually be taxed under the commerce tax?
Senator, we're a little unclear. I'm sorry, John Restrepo, Senator. I'm sorry, unclear of the question.
Okay, so I'll ask this question. So in the commerce tax, you have to make over $4 million in gross revenue in order to be subject to the commerce tax. So there are loan out companies that are in the bill, right? And so I see those as like pass-through agencies for wages. But would those loan out companies, I don't know what kind of gross revenue they make and whether or not those loan out companies would be subject to the commerce tax. Do you know?
No, ma'am, we did not look at that level of detail in our study.
Okay. And then,
Senator,
okay.
if I may, through the chair to you, Senator, we are excited to continue working with you on the concepts around ensuring that any vendor that comes in, any loan out corporation or pay services company that may be compensated as part of a qualified production registers with the unemployment system, pays MBT, pays commerce tax. I can guarantee you that I'm not the expert to craft that language, but should we be able to move forward with this bill, we're going to be working closely with you to make sure that that's a commitment.
Madam Chair, I don't know when, but I just have one more question.
You may go.
Okay, so one thing, since this is the Money Committee, can we talk about the tax credit impact? I appreciate the carryover that's in the bill because you guys have put in the 50% carryover. But it's our understanding, so it could be 190, right? But if the carryover is not used, then it could be an additional 95 once you meet your capital investment, which would then be $285 million hit to the state per year. Can we talk about that?
I can, Senator Greg Ferraro. I don't know, Mr. Miller?
Don't leave, Assemblyman. We want to hear from you.
Do you, I don't know what kind of schedule you're on.
Yeah, I just wanted to, C.H. Miller for the record, I just wanted to address some of the questions regarding how the other businesses that necessarily can't be projected right now would either spring up or how those other jobs are created. And it's pretty much, so I don't know how many other people on the panel are going to speak from a producer's perspective, but I'm going to speak from a producer's perspective at this point. And after I have hired my crew and I've gotten my production and I'm ready to rock and roll, right, then we're going to have to spend money or build relationships with all types of retailers. So our wardrobe department is going to have relationships with different stores in the community where they are actually buying the wardrobe that will be on every single set. Grocery stores, restaurants, dry cleaners. I mean, clothes have to be washed constantly. The hardware stores. So car rental companies, as many businesses as you can imagine have to go into being to support this particular industry. So when we think about that, that's just one production. when we think about we could have hundreds of productions shooting at a time, then that's when you start to see that expansion of jobs in the community or additional businesses that will spring up simply to support the robust activity of the industry. So I just wanted to provide some context there as to how we actually see those businesses in our communities and how we see job growth outside of the direct film industry components. And with that, I'm going to let you all continue with the rest of this part of the conversation and go back up to Ways and Means. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us today. Appreciate that. Mr. Ferrara,
Chair,
please.
if I'll take that question from Senator Neal. With the rollover cap that you mentioned, and just for those that may not fully understand it, what was put in the bill after discussions with members of the Senate was that we would limit the exposure liability to a one year 50% rollover. So the 190, and 95 more makes $475 million for the biennium. Okay, that would be the total maximum liability for the state during that budget period, if you will. If you apply the economic number we got for the ROI, that cuts that number in half. And so what we're really looking at is $112 per year, $112 million per year that would have to be stood up against what would be indirect and induced economic activity. We contend, and based on I think what you heard today, that that's more than favorable to the state.
Madam Chair, I don't know.
Senator Neal?
So can you add onto the record, Mr. Ferraro, when it is expected to cut that number in half?
I'm going to defer to the economists, if I may, Senator.
Grant McCandless, RCG Economics. With the delay, in receiving taxes that are due, it would be about a year delay from when the spending on materials, for example, or paying wages that would generate a modified business tax would be roughly one fiscal year later when the taxes would be received by the state and local government entities.
What year? 24, 25, 26, 27? What's the 1 year later from?
Grant McCandless, again, RCG Economics. Sorry, Senator, I mean each year. So, for example, what you'll be able to see in my slide 11. So, for example, the first year of construction, we're expecting to be fiscal year 2025. The spending on those construction materials would then be received by state and local government entities in fiscal year 2026. And that would be true of every year of construction and operations. All fiscal revenues would be received roughly 12 months later.
Madam Chair, follow-up? So the construction revenue will drop the $475 million hit over the biennium in half by fiscal year 25.
Grant McCandless, again, RCG Economics. Well, we actually start calculating, you'll see on slide 11 and 12 when you are able, we start calculating the ROI in the third project year, and that is the first year of operations. We haven't, because there is a bit of a ramp up as construction begins, will take a little bit of time for those benefits to accumulate, but by project year 3, the first year of operations, we'll begin seeing those roughly 50 cents in fiscal revenues per dollar of tax credit.
Thank you.
just an observation, Greg Ferraro for the record. I think and we've, Senator Neal and I've had this conversation and others. We try to emphasize that the infrastructure money that you heard about in Zone 1 and Zone 2 will be deployed. That capital will be concrete and steel in the ground. Then comes the studio stabilization, then comes the studio occupation. Then they get qualified, they start to produce, they start to spend, as Mr. Vinciquerra indicated and Mr. Bircher indicated. So two big money dumps, my words, not anybody else's, happen before the public is a part of the equation. So we have a lot of economic churn in year 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 before a credit, well, some credits will be issued in the first phase of all this, but it's a reduced amount of credits. But when a fully stabilized 190 per year, we will have spent a lot of money before the first credit gets pulled. Because the credit doesn't get pulled until the production has been audited. And so the sequence of investment is important to the state's consideration of its potential liability.
Madam Chair, if I might, to Senator Neal, so just to echo that, we're $1.6 billion in private investment through project labor agreements, paying MBT, paying sales and use tax, the property tax increase associated with having those entitlements and improvements on our project. All of those are rolling into the coffers of state and local governments while the program is getting stood up prior to the credits reaching anything close to full capacity. And so while 50% is an important component in terms of how the local and state revenues offset the impact of the credits, it's certainly front-loaded over the course of that program in terms of the state and local revenues coming in.
David O'Reilly for the record, Chair, if you don't mind, through to the Senator. As part of your question, you mentioned earlier that there could be a rollover every year. But the way that it would work, it could only happen every other year, because it would not get used in the previous period. And it's only to the extent it's not used does it roll. So 1 year would have to be half for the next year to be 1.5. And then that 1.5 couldn't happen in the subsequent year because there would be nothing left to roll.
Thank you for that. Because I understood it to be, so the base is 190, right, that could roll.
Yes.
And then depending on your capital investment, whether or not it's the 200 million, the 500 million, whether or not you're on the Sony site. But if you're on the 200, 500, the rollover, you still, if it's unused, and I need to be clear, unused, could then be 95 in that first year if you don't use anything. And then we would then clip it. But I would have Mr. Nakamoto break that one down. Because there's an unused moment, if that could happen in theory, and then there is I used it and now I have the 50% carryover.
David O'Reilly for the record. It's an excellent point, Senator Neal, and I do want to clarify something here that my colleagues mentioned earlier. The liability that's created for the state is contingent upon multiples of that liability invested in the state. The risk here is that the credits don't get used. And the person that bears that risk is Howard Hughes and Bircher. We've invested $1.6 billion in building studios, and if those credits don't get used, we've thrown that money out the window. Only to the extent that there are hundreds of millions of dollars invested in this state annually would any tax credits be earned. And it's only under those situations that us as infrastructure builders, as real estate developers, community builders, would we see any modicum of return on this investment.
Madam Chair, listen, I understand where you guys are going, and I understand the project, right? We've talked about it. It's not like we haven't had conversations about it. I just wanted it to be clear for this committee that doesn't sit on revenue, except for Senator Gansard, to understand that impact and to have a conversation around it. We are in Senate Finance. At the end of the day, Senate Finance, and it's the chair's committee. We have to talk about the money, right? We have to talk about the negative revenue. We have to talk about if chair moves and makes decisions, what is the impact to the budget? And so it's appropriate to have that conversation, right, in this committee.
It is, Senator, and I'm glad you've done that.
Thank you very much. And I think what I'm going to do is ask Mr. Nakamoto to please go through this particular overview of the tax credit proposal that we all have in front of us. And if you could do that, sir, I would very much appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I am Michael Nakamoto, Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. And it is in Nellis. The members of the committee do have a copy of what is known as Table 1, an overview of the film tax credit proposal for SB 496 in its first reprint. This was something that was put together for the Senate Revenue and Economic Development Committee on the bill as introduced. And so basically what I did for this version, because there were some changes, is just took the original version of it and made the changes that were reflected in the bill, and in part to highlight what the change, the significant change to the bill was. And so there have been discussions about 3 different buckets. Mr. Ferraro used that term. And so the first one is the first header that says the non-infrastructure transferable tax credits. And that's the existing program that was put into place in Senate or Assembly Bill 492 of the 2017 session that allows $10 million of credits in each fiscal year beginning in FY 2018 to be approved by the Governor's Office of Economic Development in any fiscal year. And if that $10 million is not approved in a fiscal year by GOED, the amount that is not used or approved can be carried over and can be approved in the next fiscal year or a future fiscal year. Under the provisions of SB 496 in its first reprint, there's an additional amount of $5 million that can be approved by GOED in each fiscal year between FY 2024 and FY 2043, which is why you see the totals for those fiscal years go to $15 million. And the provisions remain that any amount of that $15 million for that period that are not approved by GOED would continue to carry forward and be available in any future fiscal year, in addition to the amount of credits that are currently available that have carried over from previous fiscal years or which are available from the current fiscal year, which according to the conversations I've had with the Nevada Film Office is around $34 million. The CPI adjustment factor, that is now irrelevant. That CPI adjustment was removed by amendment by the Senate Committee on Revenue and Economic Development. So the next column then to worry about is the Las Vegas Media Campus, otherwise known as Zone 1. The provisions of the bill require the Las Vegas Media Campus, or Zone 1, to have a $200 million initial capital investment on or before December 31st, 2027. And as soon as they reach that minimum investment, they are eligible for authorization or approval of $55 million in film tax credits by GOED as soon as that happens. The timing of this assumes on this table that they would meet that investment on December 31st, 2027, so in FY 2028. This could happen sooner, but just for the illustrative purposes here, I had it happen on that date. And so in FY 2028, they would become available for $55 million in credits. There is another provision that says that they have to meet an additional capital investment of $300 million for a cumulative capital investment of $500 million on or before December 31st, 2029, at which point that $55 million in authorized credits increases to $95 million. And again, for this argument, or for the scenario that is set forth in Table 1, I have that happening in FY 2030. Again, that could happen sooner. There was previously a CPI adjustment that would happen in beginning in FY 2031 that has been removed from the bill. So you can see here through FY 2048, the total or the amount for each year for Zone 1 carries out to $95 million. And the reason why FY 2048 was chosen is that there is language that says that no credits may be approved for any application that is filed in a fiscal year that begins more than 20 years after Zone 1 meets that initial capital investment requirement. So assuming that they meet that requirement on December 31st, 2027, the last fiscal year for which there could be an authorization of credits for Zone 1, or Zone 2 for that matter, because the same rule applies, is the fiscal year that begins on July 1st, 2047, which is the last fiscal year that's less than 20 years after that anniversary date, which is FY 2048. So that's kind of the overview of Zone 1 as it goes through. So then there's Zone 2, which is the Summerlin Production Studios, aka Sony, which has a different qualification to begin receiving credits. So the requirements of the bill specify that as soon as Zone 2 enters into a production agreement with GOED, which must happen within 120 days of July 1st, 2023, they become immediately eligible for approval of $40 million in tax credits per year. And so assuming that they would meet that, then there would be $40 million in credits that are available for approval by GOED for Zone 2 beginning in FY 2024 that they could immediately begin applying for and go through the process on that. They have a requirement to meet a capital of investment of $150 million on or before December 31st, 2027 to maintain that $40 million authorization. And then on or before December 31st, 2029, they have to have an additional capital investment of $250 million, so a cumulative capital investment of $400 million in order to maintain that. And in fact, as soon as they meet that additional capital investment of $250 million, or the total of $400 million, the $40 million annual authorization increases to $80 million. And again, that carries forward until FY 2048 because the sunset on the Zone 2 credits is the same time as the sunset on the Zone 1 credits. They're tied together. So in this scenario, given the assumptions that you see here, the total non-infrastructure transferable tax credits over this 25-year period is $350 million or $100 million above what is available under the current law. Zone 1 would be $915 million over the 21-year period that they are allowed to receive credits, and then Zone 2 would be $1,760 million in credits. Over the 25 years that they would be eligible to receive credits for a total of $4,025 million, or an additional amount of credits above what is allowed under the current law of $3,775 million. Madam Chair, if there are any questions, I would be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Senator Wynn, please.
I have a question for Mr. Nakamoto. If you could I just want to make sure I understand on this 50% rollover tax credits that can be that can bank over and roll over. Is that just unlimited rollover as long as it's at 50%? Is that like accrued, I guess, every year? So let's say there rolls over $100 million in tax credits into that next year. Does that mean that there's now $295 million there? And then if it continues to roll in, can we just bank this up until we're at like $1 billion?
Senator Wynn, Michael Nakamoto for the record. The answer to your question is it depends on the bucket. So for the non-infrastructure transferable tax credits, that's the existing law. There are provisions under the current law that say that 100% of the unapproved credits in any fiscal year can be carried forward into the next fiscal year and can be carried forward permanently. So since the inception of this $10 million per fiscal year, which put this into law, it's been 8 fiscal years now, 18, 19, 20, 6 fiscal years, I'm sorry. So there have been $60 million in credits that have been authorized or have been approved by GOED, of which 34 million approximately of those have not been approved yet. And that, assuming that no other credits were approved by GOED between now and June 30th, the entirety of that $34 million would carry forward, would be added to the $15 million that would apply under this bill if it were approved. And so you have the $15 million that is authorized for FY24, but in reality, GOED could approve about $49 million in transferable tax credits now under current law. And that provision of the unlimited carryover 100% as far as it goes only applies to this bucket. The discussions about this 50% carryover and all of that deal with Zone 1 and Zone 2. As drafted, the bill only allows 50% of the unused amount of credits in any, or unapproved amount of credits in any fiscal year to be carried forward, and it can only be carried forward for that one fiscal year. So let's just say, for example, in FY 2031, it would be the last year of the biennium, there's the authorization of $175 million in tax credits. Here, we'll just use the 190 because even though the rules are different, we'll just make the math simple because that's the math that has been used here. So there's $190 million in tax credits, and in FY 2031, none of those credits get used. It means that in FY 2032, which would be the first year of the next biennium, there would be that $190 million that is available, plus $95 million, the 50% that carried over from the previous fiscal year, which means that GOED could approve $285 million of credits in a fiscal year. Where the discussion was about the biennial number is that if you used the 50% from the last year of the previous biennium plus $190 million per year for each of the 2 years of the biennium, so FY 2032 and FY 2033, you'd have the $190 million plus the $190 million plus the $95 million that carried over from the last year of the previous biennium. And that's would be, if for the total biennium, that would be the potential maximum exposure in terms of the amount of credits that could be approved by GOED.
You're so smart. I'm going to try to conceptualize it and dumb it down for my own understanding. So I understand that this, like, we'll just start off with the base of $195 million. That's considered negative revenue. So if we have like our state checkbook and we have like X number of dollars, we have to subtract that $195 million from that. So going forward, if there are other tax credits that are banked and added on to that, going into the next biennium, do we have to sit there and look at our checkbook and say, oh, our state now has 195 from this year. We have to subtract another 100 million in rollover credits and just continue subtracting that from, I guess, the state checkbook ledger.
Madam Chair, Senator Wynn, Michael Nakamoto for the record. This is going to be me kind of wearing two hats at once. The first, the fiscal staff hat, as well as staff to the Economic Forum. So the way that we account for tax credits now, you're correct, it is negative revenue. So basically what the Economic Forum is tasked to do when they do a forecast of the unrestricted general fund, they are going through and saying, okay, the sales tax is going to generate this, or they believe it will generate this, the gaming tax, MBT, commerce tax, so on. But then at the bottom line, if you look at the Economic Forum table, there is a section for tax credits. And that is where, based on information that our office, the Governor's Finance Office, the forecasters who are responsible for the Economic Forum, we have conversations with the Department of Taxation, the Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Nevada Film Office, and so on about what they believe the estimated amounts of credits are. Now, the table that I have here suggests the amount of credits that can be approved by GOED. It was alluded to, though, that the approval of the credits by GOED is before the fact. They have to go through the production, they have to go through the audits, and then when all is said and done, GOED will sit down and look at all the calculations and determine the actual amount of credits that is issued. So just because you have this approved amount in any fiscal year, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's actually going to be a negative revenue on the economic forum sheets in that fiscal year. It may be the following fiscal year, it may be 2 years later. It really depends on the timing of all of this. But basically what we would be tasked to do is we would have to have conversations based on the productions that are out there, what the Film Office and GOED believes that would be the credits that they actually have issued, the productions that are in their pipeline. This is basically the process that we have now, and what they think is coming, and we would have to determine an amount that we believe of credits that will actually be issued and used in any fiscal year. And then that is a subtraction off the top. So you have all of those revenues that we list as the unrestricted general fund forecast. Then at the bottom line for the tax credits, it's a subtraction. That amount of credits that we believe would be taken against any of the taxes for which the credits could be taken against. It is a subtraction, and it becomes revenue that is not available for the legislature and the governor to use, or for the executive, or for the governor to build the executive budget, and then for the legislature to approve a budget during the legislative session. And you're also correct, Senator, that this would also be in conjunction with any of the other existing tax credit programs that we have, of which there are several, or any future tax credit programs that the legislature may wish to consider at any point during this process. It's all part of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, and this may be another question for our presenters. Obviously, we've been sitting in here making decisions on what to fund. And the idea that we're immediately off the top subtracting $195 million from our books, that means when we're making decisions, and we're struggling over decisions to fund a new helicopter that's inoperable, or covering healthcare for women and children, or covering education. We've heard people come in here day after day in this money committee asking for repairing crumbling walls, or a school that's causing children to be sick. And we have crumbling walls here in this own building where we have leaks that are constantly dripping down the walls. I was told I couldn't put something on a wall because it would disrupt the asbestos in the wall. So, I hear from constituents all the time about the potholes and the roads and the infrastructure and the inability to have high speed broadband throughout our state. And $195 million is a lot of money that we have to take right off of the top. And I realize that we're balancing that with what this potentially does for our economy as far as diversifying it, good union jobs. But it's very difficult when we are not funding healthcare at $1 million, but we have not only this, but other tax things. So, sorry, more of a statement. And I appreciate the sponsor and the work that's been done to try to bring balance to that. And a couple of questions. If we can have you kind of walk through some of the examples of some of the qualified expenditures. I appreciate that some of these credits, especially when it comes to infrastructure and building here, are only eligible after the activity, I guess, has gone through. So I appreciate some of those changes. And it's my understanding that we have some end dates in store for, instead of just having 20 years after the construction of these projects, the 20 years is my understanding that there's some changes there. But these are just big numbers. We're talking billions and billions of dollars, not even $1 billion or $2 billion or $3 billion, but closer to $4 billion. So is there any way to ramp up this program and have that same kind of effect to give us assurances that that we're seeing that other impact before this? So I know that was a lot of conversation. So, yes.
Thank you, Chair. To Senator Wynn, you're right. It's a lot to think about. You're right that this committee deals with a lot of decisions that affect 3.3 million Nevadans, and that sometimes you have to make tough decisions. And sometimes the economy is flush, and sometimes it isn't. This is precisely the reason we're bringing this to you now, is so that it helps us diversify our economy. It helps us introduce a new industry that's compatible and next door. And it helps us put people to work, it retrains them, and it gives young people new opportunities to stay home and to stay in a vibrant business opportunity. You've heard before that this is the chicken and the egg, or it's the things that you have to do. The economists will tell you that if you look at the 20-year program from a liability or a contingent liability perspective, that's the appropriate place to start. But what we're telling you is after the substantial investment, private capital, in infrastructure, and the infrastructure element is important here. Let's talk about this. Some states have film tax credits with no infrastructure. And they're not leaving anything behind, they're not building anything up, and those tax credits are smash and grab and go. We're not going to do it that way. Our proposition is that we want to build permanency. We want to build the ability to grow generationally. So when we think about $20 million contingent liability, we will also submit to you with respect that that's only half of the equation. The other half of the equation is you have to look with confidence and with certainty what you get for that investment. Because it's not a cost, in our opinion, it's an investment. And if you're willing to let private dollars come in, take the front end risk, let production dollars come in second, take that risk, and then have the credit be issued by the general public, knowing with certainty and confidence that there is a substantial return on that investment, and then plus. The risk to the state, one person said, who's an elected person in this building, said the risk is what if they don't come? There is no risk. If they come, what happens? What's the risk if they all come? The risk is we're going to be contributing more money into the general fund to be able to meet more of the demand on services that you have to deal with every day that you're here. The equation is this in our minds. This is one of those moments in time where this state gets to decide, do we want to seriously consider diversifying our economy with post-COVID in the near rear-view mirror so that we can take away our dependency on, largely one dependency on one industry and create more industry and create more jobs for an industry that overperformed during COVID. The industry we're talking about today showed amazing resilience because of the demand for that kind of content. That is what has created post-COVID opportunity for Nevada. I think I answered that part. The second part I will say about I think it was a money question, Senator, maybe I've forgotten. Qualified expenditures is essentially established in the bill and in law today. So we're not proposing to change a lot of the standards for
I
qualification.
think my question is could you give some examples within this industry of what that might look like?
Matt Walker, for the record, on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation, through you, Madam Chair, to Senator Nguyen. Thank you for the question. Examples of qualified expenditures in a state like Georgia that had $4 billion in direct expenditures from productions in fiscal year 2021 are rental cars, hotels, restaurants, catering companies, construction, and you're going to hear quite a bit about the project labor agreement and the great jobs involved in the construction, but construction is never done on a working set. There are ongoing and continued construction jobs from local construction companies with local workers. Those are just a small sampling from that to filming on site throughout our community, renting homes, renting other venues to conduct this filming. The ripples are very significant, and we look forward to providing you with a more detailed answer in writing.
And if the chair would indulge me, just one last question. I do have a question. You had talked about building this generational I guess, workforce, new industry within our state. Obviously, those are things that are good. But also during your presentation, you talked about how this is a natural fit. These companies that are mostly based out, a lot of them are based out of Southern California. This is a natural fit because we are so close. Is the industry, is there just such a need? There's no saturation? Like, I'm worried, you're like, we'd rather come here than go to Georgia, but are you going to do to Georgia what you're are you going to do to Nevada what you're doing to Georgia? Like, hey, we want to leave Georgia, so we're going to come to Nevada, or we're going to leave New Mexico because we're going to come to Nevada. We're going to leave these other places. And who's to say that when you want a new facility and you want to build somewhere else, it'll be like Utah is the next Nevada, and we're going to leave Nevada and you're going to go to Utah and say, hey, we really want these tax credits because we want to move here and we really want to be here because of the quality of life and whatever, all the same things that you're promising us here. So can you kind of speak to if there is a market to expand not only into Nevada but also have those things, because obviously you can see where I'm jumping here.
Madam Chair,
Please
Brandon
go
Gertcher, through you to the Senator. Senator Nguyen, great question, and I think this is something that we looked at from the very beginning. What drives Nevada to be home to a $1.6 billion infrastructure investment to take an industry that will create $55 billion of revenue for the state? I think that it's simply no state in this union will ever be able to claim that it is the nearest production hub to the global capital of film and content creation than Las Vegas. Number two, this is the entertainment capital of the world already. We have earned that right for many, many decades. I can't think of a better place that people enjoy coming for a 6-week shoot to a 1 to 2 year shoot than to be domiciled in this environment and to stay home here where we are today as this next generation. So other states may want to compete. They can never take those two away from us. The other is the natural beauty of this state. Now, this is really important because when you have an embedded infrastructure of 1.6 billion and you have the diverse beauty from Tahoe and the canyons and the deserts and the moonscapes and the cityscapes and all of the opportunities they have to shoot in our backyard, they don't have to travel. And that's a huge benefit for these film companies. I hope I answered your question.
All right. Any additional questions? Senator Gansert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at page 9. I'm looking at the post-production, the pre-production, production, and the post-production. It talks about there has to be proof that at least 60% of the direct production expenditures for those things are in the state of Nevada. But there's no definitions around what those are. I mean, later you talk about expenditures, right? So expenditures that are related to production, but what does that look like?
Senator Greg Ferraro, for the record, Senator Gansett. I think this section is existing law, so we're not proposing to change any of that pre-qual standard criteria.
Okay, because we've got a description of what production is, and that's all of those things, I would imagine. So, okay, just
we did, if I may, we did make a couple of suggested changes in that section, which is section 12. Just on the filing, you might see some change dates. Simply because of the magnitude of the size of what we're talking about, we thought GoEd may need a little bit more time, since the film credit program today is at 10 million, and we're talking about going so much higher. So we did make some of those changes to the filing dates.
Okay, and then, talking about the industry itself, you had said how resilient it was through COVID, and when you think about the platforms, we've got Sony here, who's a producer, right, but we've got Netflix and Amazon and Apple. I don't know if I've seen, and maybe you've provided this, I just don't remember, sort of the growth of the industry for maybe the last 5 years or something, because I think it's kind of exploded because so many folks are watching from home, not just the movie theaters. So to get an idea of the entire industry and what that growth has looked like.
Senator, Matt Walker on behalf of Howard Hughes, for the record, we have a chart that shows the progression and growth of the film production jobs here in the United States since 2001, paired with hospitality and tourism-based employment. You can certainly see what Mr. Ferraro pointed to in terms of the resiliency through the Great Recession and COVID, but you can also see the general pressure upward on production jobs. These are factories with human folks making a human product, and as we see pressures on drivers, on other industries to reduce their headcount because of the advancement of technology and the changing expectations of consumers, this is something that is resilient on both fronts in terms of the continued demand and historic demand in recessionary periods for this type of entertainment, paired with the fact that there's just no computer or robotic replacement for the jobs that are taking place.
I just have Greg Ferraro for the record. Just one more important statistic. State of California has, on an annual basis, $350 million of tax credits. The industry in California is a $4 billion industry. And the interesting thing we've learned as we've examined this, those $350 million of tax credits are issued on a lottery basis. There is no guarantee that your production is going to qualify for a California film tax credit, which we think also makes the invitation in Nevada broader.
Thank you for that information. Just a question about then. So we're looking like a 30% rate on our tax credits. What does California offer with their lottery system? Do you know?
The 30%, the percentage of the credit?
Yeah.
I'd have to check, Senator. We'll get that for you.
Thank you. Just because you brought that up. And so because they have a lottery system, then that's showing significant demand. And I think the economic resiliency is a huge point to make because we have an economy that's based on an industry that leads in lags. It leads when we have an economic downturn, it lags when we're coming back. And so I think those charts, I'm not sure where they are going to be important for us to be able to see. We've also got a question around studio vacancies. So if you're in California, or if you're in Atlanta or New Mexico, do we have any idea of the rate of vacancies or if the demand is surpassing the supply at this time?
Yes, Senator Senator Ganser, Brandon Bircher of Bircher Development. Yes, the national average is 93% occupied, which when you look at the rollover and the set creation and the contracts that are required to be issued prior to any shoot, that's where that approximate 7% vacancy comes from. At Zone 1, we have committed in our UNLV integration agreement to make available that extra space to the students and the professors when they call it first hold. And they have a hold position to be able to use that in their training facility.
Okay, and then we had quite a bit of discussion about the rollovers, and I think what I appreciate about that is our current tax credits just accumulate, right? And so you put a cap on it. So we can actually define our risk during the biennium or during a year, and yes, the numbers are big, but we also have the hope here is that this significantly diversifies and grows our economy, and we've experienced that over the last couple of years. We really rebounded strongly from COVID, but something that we've struggled with down south is scale, like the magnitude of diversification. We do all kinds of little things, and so to really move the needle, it takes something of scale and something that's more resilient than what we've had. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could just enhance Senator Ganser, Brandon Bircher. Our intention between Howard Hughes, Sony, and Bircher is to create such a shaking movement, an earthquake here in this town, of that the industry will recognize us nationally. That there is no escaping that when this bill is approved, it will be a shot around the world. Already we've received global interest in what we're doing here in these hearings.
Senator Wynn.
Sorry, you're going to get sick of me. I appreciate Senator Ganser for asking that question about vacancy rates, and I'm sure that it's difference between your property, the Bircher property, and the Sony, because Sony is producing its own content. So do you know if your vacancy rates are different at your current studios?
Matt Walker on behalf of Howard Hughes for the record.
Up there.
I would say that the facilities that are already operated by Sony, it's our understanding that when they do have a down period or a period where production isn't appropriate for that location, they do go out and reach out to other partners in the industry, other production companies to fill that space. Everybody is aligned, and 100% occupancy is the goal. It's the goal of the state. It's the goal of the employer unions. It's the goal of the production company and landlord. And so we should all be aligned in making the most of that opportunity. And I will say that we believe in the occupancy enough that we're willing to put $700 million of our capital on the line because we believe in it that much.
And I don't know if it was presented here. I've had multiple conversations, I know, and I appreciate you guys reaching out in advance of this bill hearing today. But I know that there was talk about you had mentioned using some of that holdover space when there is vacancy for UNLV. Are there any discussions, which sounds like it's very limited potentially, for these smaller independent projects that like Assemblyman Miller had mentioned, or discounted rates or dedicated space for these smaller production things within each one of these kind of things? I know it's not specifically in the law, and I think that also gives me some discomfort, is I don't want to be too prescriptive that we put everything in there, but we have a lot of good intentions, and when you're giving a good sales pitch, which I think you guys are, I get concerned that we're talking about all these things and they won't actually come to fruition.
Senator Wynn, Greg Ferraro. The really, really short answer is yes. We're going to make it a priority that, particularly in the UNLV hold concept that Mr. Bircher described, is I think both zones are committed to bring people to the game, bring people to the opportunity. And when we're standing these studios up and that period of time that all the dirt is moving, people are going to grow excited, and they're going to want to know, where do I go? Who do I call? What do I need to do? And it's our goal to be able to put them together and pair them with that opportunity. And that may be through UNLV, it may be through the Clark County School District, it may be through other educational organizations, it may be through general business contacts. But the goal is to make this as sticky as we can.
Matt Walker, for the record, on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation. Just to very briefly add to that, we've already been fielding calls from a lot of folks, so I'm glad that legislators in this building are putting us in touch with those folks. The 16,000 square foot facility that's envisioned at Nevada Partners is not a classroom, so it is a working studio, vocational studio training facility, and that space will be a very real opportunity for those types of productions that you mentioned, in addition to the very real and large opportunities at UNLV.
Yes, Brandon Bircher, Senator, to add to that, I'm most excited about what we call the indie kids. These are the kids K through 12 that have a vision. They're much more apt at handling our personal, devices, our telephones and laptops, and their dreams of what they want to do and what they're capable of doing far exceed what we in this generation ever would have imagined. And that's exactly what the Nevada Media Lab is about. It's 50,000 square feet of a number of different types of classrooms and soundstage and recording areas and rooftop filming opportunities for the kids and aspirational students.
And can you describe again? I know I've heard lots of different other potential projects, like developing, things that are geographically closer to other communities that, don't live in the Southwest or are not in Summerlin, like on the East Side, for more youth-centered programming. Do you imagine that to take place in partnership with the Nevada Partners Training Studio and that site? Or would that be separate?
Matt Walker, for the record, on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation. We're in conversations with community leaders associated with those communities on the east side. We definitely see it as a linked opportunities but with different partners, different partnerships with different audiences in mind. And so we're really excited to explore those opportunities with Clark County, City of Las Vegas, and and the community leaders that are already engaged in that process.
If I may, just add, I mentioned earlier about the 9-member board. One of those seats is Enshi. We're going to work with not just UNLV, but all the community college system around the state to make sure that they are aware of and are participating in these programs. So that is really critical to reaching out into other parts of the valley or other parts of the state to make sure that the community college system feels a part of this program.
And is there, I know that there's a portion in here that talks about the diversity plans, like throughout, not just, from everything from construction, obviously, to, production and writing and all of the higher paying jobs as well. I'd like to see that same type of representation, throughout.
I opened my, Senator Greg Ferraro, I opened my comments today indicating that we have ongoing conversations with Senator Lang, Senator Neal, and this is one of those areas that we hope to get to some consensus and decision point soon on how DEI is going to be treated in the bill. And it's something that's, as soon as we leave here, we're probably going to keep working on.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional concerns? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a concern, but I'm not sure that the May 26th amendment, at least the parts that are agreed upon, if you want to reference or quick highlight, or
I'm happy to, Chair. Thanks. There's a couple things floating out there in the Nellis orbit. There's the mock-up to 496 dated May 26. That's what Senator Neal is referring to. There's also an amendment that was adopted to the bill last night. Some of the areas are compatible. There's some areas that have not been addressed, and I think there are some other suggested amendments floating around. So if I'll just quickly go through
Mr. Ferraro, I believe the second amendment that you referenced was adopted in revenue.
Correct.
And so we do not have that on our desk.
Okay.
We only have 3717, which was adopted May 26.
Thank you. Oh.
So, no.
Sorry, was presented on May 26.
Thank you for the clarity. I don't know what you have, because I know back here we sometimes don't have as much as you have.
Or maybe you have more and we don't. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in the first reprint that we have, that has some technical amendments from fiscal. The May 26 was presented in revenue but not adopted. But the reason why it's here now is because there are some references in here that will carry forward. It just needs to be specified on the language that will carry forward that is in some future amendment.
And Chair,
Thank
I can
you.
address that, or
Please.
we can
Go
take it?
ahead.
Okay. So, again, mock-up dated May 26. I'll just go quickly through Section 2. We had agreed, the proponents of the bill and the sponsor of the bill had agreed to make some changes in 2B, which removed the language that says the only area in this state, because we know that this has the potential and the strong possibility of expanding beyond just Clark County. Section 5, we clarified who owns the UNLV Research Foundation, the property of which Zone 1 is located. Section 7.5 is language related to Nevada Partners Vocational Training Studio. It's definitional, and it's making it compatible with the rest of the bill. Moving to the next page, page 6, this is the commitment made by Zone 2 to the Nevada Partners Vocational Training Studio. The next page, we're adding language defining the Southern Nevada Enterprise Community Board, which is proposed to have a seat on the board because of their involvement and oversight of Nevada Partners, Inc. 12, I think, is just combining language. Section 12. I mentioned later in 12 some of the changes in filing dates. that Go Ahead currently has and what we're proposing they be changed to, given the order of magnitude of the activity that we're anticipating. Page 11, a couple date changes. Yeah, this is important because as the bill was originally drafted, we're suggesting we delete subsection 9, which was the refund mechanism. When the bill was first drafted and we were conceiving of how this system would work, we know that other states use a refund mechanism. So we tried that out, and we immediately were confronted with that's not going to work. So we took that out. Okay, so there will be the state will be issuing no refund on the credit. That's being removed. The next one on page 12 is subsection 10. We had proposed, I think, although Chair Neal did not agree, and so I think we don't know where that goes, but it's not a strong point from us. We were simply trying to give the state a little bit of cushion. If that came out, I think that's what Senator Neal would want, at least. I don't think we have a problem. We were just trying to help, and sometimes we get told to stop helping. Section 13. So just more definitions here. Page 14, subsection 5, subsection 6. This is the language that Matt Walker was talking about on loan outs. Somebody had the question about loan out. Oh, the commerce tax question from Senator Neal, and I'll let Matt explain the loan out language.
Thank you. Matt Walker for the record on behalf of the Howard Hughes Corporation. Loan out companies are the way that stars are typically paid on large productions, so that this is inclusive not only of their compensation, but they bring a team with them and kind of plug and play them into various productions. It would include their athletic trainer, their hair and makeup person, that entire team around them. It is industry standard to pay these folks out in the same manner as any above-the-line compensation through a loan-out company of this manner. And so this just ensures that in as much as above-the-line compensation is part of the mix of qualified expenditures, that payments of this nature are acceptable.
Moving on to page 15, lines 35, 36, 37. Again, we just thought that we didn't need that language, that we don't have a strong opinion about this, but we felt if there's pending legal action, there's pending legal action, and maybe that this was redundant, but it's not an important point. Section 15 is a point of debate. Section 15 is, we're suggesting that section be removed. This deals with above-the-line talent that will be a part of production activity in the state of Nevada. And I'll just say Matt Walker has a good description of this, but this really gets to if you want The Rock in your film, or you want Brad Pitt in your film, or you want name it star that this enables you to be able to do that under the credit system program. So do you want to talk about that anymore? Okay. We know that we're going to continue, I think, to have discussion on this point, so I'll just keep going. Page 17 is language at the top, which is related to a program that Sony and Howard Hughes has adopted in coordination with and in communication with C.H. Miller, Assemblyman Miller.
Matt Walker for the record on behalf of Howard Hughes. This change is to facilitate the initial funding of independent productions, while non-affiliated, non-infrastructure can certainly be inclusive of independent films. I think there was some concern that if large companies, you name it, the content companies that you're all aware of, come in and are so attracted by this new program that they eat up a large portion of these non-affiliated credits, that we reserve a small portion of those credits, a $5 million portion, to ensure that companies that aren't associated with a publicly traded company have the assurance that there's going to be something available for those types of productions. And they're able to prove out that concept. We're going to collect data individually by project type, and perhaps these types of independent films have richer levels of local hires or more diverse hires, and there's some attributes that can signal to the future state legislatures that we should consider building on the success of that initial program. But that's the thought there.
Moving forward, I think that's a cleanup there after that new language insertion. At the bottom of page 17 is clarifying dates, sunset dates. And then I believe we have, this is, I'm just looking quickly at this, I think this is refund language again. And then, is that what, on 18, Matt, is that right?
This is a force majeure concept.
Oh, right.
So if the first infrastructure target is met and there's production companies that come in, meet all the qualifications set forward by this body and the regulations of GOED, and they, in good faith, complete an audit that shows qualified expenditures, receive a credit, and for some act of God, the building cannot be completed, they don't then receive the penalty of a clawback, where clawback is appropriate in many other contexts. That is probably one that we would suggest is an exception to that rule.
Bottom of page 18, top of page 19 is also language that we're continuing to work on and to clarify pursuant to section 15. 17, 18, I think the force majeure language is at the end of 18. We know that we may tighten that up. I think Mr. Nakamoto and I can't remember who was in that meeting on the force majeure. We were going to maybe look at tightening that. Maybe Mr. Fernley, I don't remember who was going to do that. Okay, on section 19, this is some reporting requirements from GOED. These were suggestions we thought, in addition to the reporting they already do, we thought that more information associated with this program is better than what we're doing now. So these sections in 10, 11, and 12 are simply to provide the legislature, legislative commission, the general public with more information related to the performance of the program. Section 19.5 is language that Senator Lang had received from those representing Mr. Renner. And this is the language that they had suggested be included in the bill, written so it conforms with the statute, and that is what that section is. Page 22. I think this is pretty straightforward changes. Same on 23. I think it's self-explanatory. 24. And on 25, this is credit application and how that's to function. And remember, I'll say for the record, the credits that can only be used in this bill are insurance premium tax, MBT, and gaming. So there is no commerce tax credit in this bill. Okay. 25, I think this is this is refund language, also subsection 8, that's coming out of the bill. That was the second reference to the refund. Page 26, definitions, pretty straightforward. Same on 27. 28, this is the eligibility of productions and clarifying the dates on and before and after of when that works. Go ahead, Matt.
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes. For the record, this is intended to ensure that there's an end date to the non-infrastructure projects in a manner consistent with the Zones 1 and Zone 2. I will say that this is one area where staff was able to improve on this concept in a much more clear manner, and that change would need to be changed to reflect the staff's amendment.
Thank you, that's right. And it did, that we had left unattended the third bucket, and this fixed that. Bottom of 28, this is below the line requirement for hiring and a penalty for, or a disincentive, if you will, for if those targets are not met. 29, a few non-infrastructure references you see there for clarity. This is section 23 is Sony's language related to Nevada partners. So maybe Matt can provide some language there. Oh no, this is non-infrastructure credit. Yeah, you've got the $5 million here is in sub 2.
Matt Walker with Howard Hughes. For the record, Chairwoman, this is the language oriented to independent productions that was previously mentioned.
Okay, and then on page 30, bottom sub 4, definitions, again, of independent qualified production for the purposes of that consideration of MPI. Page 31, more definitions. Page 32, section 30 is the way the money that's collected from the credit 3% that flows back to the Las Vegas Media Campus, to the Nevada Media Lab, and to NPI. This is how, Mr. Bircher alluded to this earlier, the 40-40-20 split. This is where that language is. Okay, looking at section 31, this is the board that will oversee and coordinate the distributions of those scholarships, grants, and monies. And you'll see in green are the 2 board seats we added. That is been mentioned earlier, and this is their authorities and duties and responsibilities. And I think the rest of it is pretty straightforward. And then the section 36 also then ties up the sunset dates and the date of enactment and how those are supposed to be performed. So that went really fast, I know, but I'll just say this at the end. We have a couple of open issues. We're going to continue to work on them. And with Senator Lang, under her direction, we're hoping that as soon as tonight, we would have consensus.
Okay. All right. Any additional questions, thoughts? We've kind of got a hard stop facing us in just a little bit, and so we may have to recess if we don't get through all the rest of the hearing. But with that, if you are finished, we'll see if anybody else would like to come forward on the table for the
Senator, do you have anything?
Okay. All right. We will go to those in support of Senate Bill 496. If you will come forward, and we'll start with Mr. Musgrove.
Thank you, Chair. Dondera Loop, Dan Musgrove with Strategies 360 today here on behalf proudly of the Southern Nevada Building Trades. Southern Nevada Building Trades unions represents affiliates that represent 25,000 of the most highly skilled craftsmen in the country, we believe. They've created such projects as City Center, the Allegiant Stadium, and the Sphere, and now are excited about the potential of this project. I will tell you that you've heard a lot today about apprenticeship, about teaching, about training, about commitment to high wages. They've put that already in place because they have signed a project labor agreement with our affiliate unions and will promise to pay prevailing wage on this project, as well as adhere to our apprenticeship mandates, which means we will then not only train, again, a new group of talented workers to continue building this wonderful community that we all call home. As a proud graduate of UNLV, I also wanted to take a bit of personal preference to say something about their partnership with UNLV. There's a couple people maybe in this room who remember that my first job out of UNLV was actually at this legislature as a news photographer for Channel 8. Actually, the lady sitting next to me realizes that. And it was but for an internship that I had through UNLV at Channel 8 that gave me the skill and experience to have the opportunity to have that first job. And I am excited for the new group of UNLV students who might have, and all students in our valley who might have the opportunity. So we are absolutely in favor, and I am as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Foley, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Helen Foley, and I was a freshman in the legislature when Dan Musgrove had that first job, and that was many years ago. Today, I'm proud to be representing Jeremy Renner, and we are so pleased that Senator Lang and Senator Neal worked with us because they realized and we realized that Southern Nevada and the Las Vegas metropolitan area is not the only area in the states that is appropriate and suitable for this type of large-scale facility for production. And so we're happy with the deletion in Section 2 of that recognition. The other thing that's extremely important, now, I have to tell you, it's been 3 weeks since the bill was introduced. As soon as Mr. Renner heard about it, he said, how do we get involved in Northern Nevada? This bill, we were told, had been baked, had been worked on for 2 years, but it was new to all of us. And so we worked very closely with Senator Neal and Senator Lang, and we had the big disturbance of Jeremy Renner actually coming to the legislature and seeing everyone, which was great for all of us. But we needed to find a way, without interfering with the core of the bill, to say, hey, don't forget the rest of the state. And so Section 19.5 gets us partially there. And I think it's as good as we can hope to get this legislative session, because what it does is it allows the Office of Economic Development to identify a potential location in a county that is less than 700,000, meaning every county in the state except for Clark County. And they will develop recommendations and appropriate guidelines and eligibility requirements for additional film infrastructure tax credits. Now, as you know, we have all been afforded the opportunity to have the non-infrastructure. But so many of those jobs, and the reason why it hasn't worked as well as it should, is because those people come in for shooting at different locations, and then they take their money and they go home to wherever they came from. With having the infrastructure here and in Northern Nevada, it gives us an opportunity to really participate in this. A report will be submitted to LCB during the 83rd session, and we would hope that very shortly after that, we could have our own bill, because Jeremy Renner is already working with the University of Nevada, Reno, and Michael Flores will talk about those exciting developments. But we thank you so much for not leaving the rest of the state out of this legislation. You have a tough time with this bill, and considerations need to be made. Just don't leave us out if it does pass. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Michael Flores on behalf of the University of Nevada, Reno. And I'll echo what Ms. Foley said, but would say that, we met Mr. Renner last Monday, and he was on campus the next day, meeting with our School of Journalism, our students, and I can't tell you how excited he was to start getting involved with the Wolfpack. And we're going to start seeing and exploring those opportunities with him on campus. I didn't know everything that we did in the School of Journalism already, and he wants to expand that even more. There's been rumblings of Jeremy Renner's film school, and we look forward to working with him on that. I believe he'll be calling in as well to be talking about that, but the university stands ready to continue to work with Mr. Renner and any film industry leaders that want to come to the university or to Northern Nevada. He did look at some land on one of our properties as a potential site as well of where a studio could possibly be one day. And I do know there are some companies, studios that are interested as well to work with the university and obviously set up shop in Northern Nevada. And thank you, and we're in support.
Thank you very much. All right. Anyone else here in Carson City in support, please come forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Clark. I'm here on behalf of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. I testified in support of this particular piece of legislation when it was in the Senate Revenue Committee, and at that time I told a story about the movie Misery being filmed not but 5 miles from here, and how as a teenager the crew came in and they bought the paint store that I was working at out of everything that they had. And then I got to go up and see where that movie was actually being produced and filmed, and it was exciting and fun. And my testimony then in support was knowing that not everything that happens in Vegas was going to stay in Vegas, that Northern Nevada would feel the benefits of the...
Be careful, Mr. Clark. A lot of us are from Vegas.
I recognize that. And I would Thank you, Madam Chair. I would simply add to my testimony that with the section 19.5 being added to this particular piece of legislation, we will recognize and see the benefit of this particular program statewide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, my name is Susie Martinez, and I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Nevada State AFL-CIO. And on behalf of over 150,000 members and 120 unions, we are in full support of this bill. I, for one, was raised in Southern Nevada. You know, we've come such a long way. We now have a football team, we have hockey, we have become so diverse. I think that this is a fantastic opportunity for our state to become even so much more diverse. So thank you very much, and we are in full support.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Constance Brooks, representing University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We are, of course, in support of this legislation, and we appreciate Senator Lang for working with Bercher and with us and other stakeholders in development of this bill. UNLV is aligned with the vision of Bercher and their desire to connect with and support the next generation of filmmakers, content developers, and technocrats. As was stated, in January of this year, the UNLV Research Foundation Board of Directors unanimously agreed to enter into a 100-year ground lease with Bercher Development that will feature a Las Vegas Media Campus UNLV Integration and Benefits Program. The Las Vegas Media Campus at the Harry Reid Research Park will allow for great strides in workforce development, college completion, and collaborative endeavors in a technology-driven arts industry, and would allow for those things to be realized. It presents multiple opportunities to a number of our programs and colleges, most notably the College of Fine Arts, and Dean Nancy Usher is on the phone line to provide more insight into her testimony for support. Bercher Development will make available to UNLV staff, faculty, and students on a first hold basis the utilization of rent-free studios, sound stages, and film, television, and video game production avenues. Having world-class facilities and access to industry professionals at all levels of production will multiply experiential learning opportunities for our students, including internships and career advancement pathways. Overall, these efforts will undoubtedly benefit our students, faculty, and our flourishing campus community. To speak more to what this would mean for UNLV's mission toward advancing workforce and economic development, we also have Mr. Zach Miles, UNLV's Senior Associate and Vice President of Economic Development, on the phone to provide support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Fran Almaraz, and I am here today in support of this bill. I work for the Teamsters, and we look at it as a jobs bill, a continuing jobs bill. Once these facilities are built, there will be sustainable jobs for everyone. The fact that they are going to build a facility to train people to work in this industry, it means that children who may not have had an opportunity in this field will be able to learn and become productive, well-paid citizens. My children are a product of the public schools in Las Vegas and also UNLV, and used to be community college. I know it has a different name now. But they were not offered the opportunity to get into this type of business. And I just think it's fantastic that we are going to allow our children to learn, and for Las Vegas and eventually Northern Nevada to have these types of jobs. We do support this bill, and I urge you to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Phil Janes for the record, President of IATSE Local 720. We're very excited about this. It's all about job creations, and not just job creations, but career creations. And just to visualize that, any movie you guys watch, go out this weekend, go see a movie. I saw Guardians of the Galaxy 3 last week. It took over 5 minutes to see the list of all the jobs, and that's what we're talking about, and that's just one movie. So we support this wholeheartedly and hope you guys will too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Steve Blejo, member of IATSE Local 720 in Las Vegas.
I started my career in the motion picture industry in New York in the early 1990s, before New York had much of an incentive program. At the time, it was spotty employment. I would work for half the year and be unemployed for the other half of the year. As New York built its incentive plan, it went to 12-month constant employment for much more people. I'd like to see that happen here too in Nevada, and I think with this we'll have that, which is super news for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Forrest Arola, a member of IATSE 363 and recent graduate of UNR. I have been in the theater world for a really long time and never really felt like I don't want to move to LA. LA's not fun. So I was like, oh, the TV and movie industry is absolutely off the table. But now with this, getting this call to be here, I was like, oh, maybe it is feasible for me to stay in Nevada as opposed to searching for jobs elsewhere and leaving once more, because ideally I would love to stay here. I love Nevada. It's become very quickly my home, and as a new resident of it, I would love to see more opportunities for consistency and for retention of the Nevadans that we do have. So they don't leave, because that's the worst case scenario, you know? And yeah, IATSE 363 is in full support from Northern Nevada. The Reno and Lake Tahoe section is excited for this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for being here with us. Please go ahead.
Morning, Madam Chairman. My name is Edward Goodrich. I'm the political representative of IATSE 363 in Reno. We're excited for this bill. We were excited before the amendment. We're even more excited now. What we're doing is we're planting the seeds of a new industry here. It's going to take money. It's going to take investment. Just like establishing a new farm, you have to work on it. But we see all kinds of positive news for our local in what's called second unit production, which is production that is not involving the primary stars. And there's a lot of background that goes into that. I worked on Misery that one of the previous witnesses mentioned, and it was a great job. It was a good month and a half, 2 months, and that's the way this industry works. But it sustained me for a long time when I was much younger, and it's actually very positive for the economy up here, and this is a more diverse environment up here, leading itself to be more second unit friendly. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Morning, Madam Chair. For the record, Danny Thompson, representing the Operating Engineers Local 312 and Labor's Local 872. I think it's important to remember when we talk about jobs that these are not just jobs, these are careers. These are jobs that pay well. These are jobs that have benefits, health insurance, retirement. These are people who are not going to be on Medicaid. These are people who are not going to be on public assistance. These are good jobs and careers for people in Nevada. And I can tell you that in the union's apprenticeship programs, one time I recall we had statewide 15,000 apprentices, and those apprentices require anywhere from 2 to 5 years. Some of them are 5-year programs that require on-the-job training. And so without the jobs, you can't have the apprentices. And in order to keep that pipeline operating, I know when the construction industry literally stopped in early 2000s, those apprentices had to go to California to get their, in all different trades, to finish out their trade and get their journeyman card so they could go to work. This is going to afford us an opportunity to have a pipeline where people can get on-the-job training, and really is an educational effort, and will be great for all of those people, and it'll be great for the state of Nevada. And we urge your support. Thank you.
For the record, Mark Ellis, Communication Workers of America. It's almost lunchtime, so I'll keep this super short. Us too.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Glenn Levitt. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the Nevada Contractors Association. We represent over 450 contractors, subcontractors, and industry affiliates, primarily in Southern Nevada. The Nevada Contractors Association is in support of SB 496 as it creates thousands of construction jobs, as well as it has a positive impact on on Nevada's economy as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in support here in Carson City? All right, we'll go to Las Vegas. Anyone in support in Las Vegas? Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Chairman Dondero Loop, my name is James J.R. Reed, president of J.R. Lighting, and a Nevada resident for 60 years. I wrote the original film incentive bill over 14 years ago at a rate of 25% tax credits to compete with New Mexico with no cap, with the purpose of helping our film community. When it passed 4 years later, it was very different. I think raising the tax credit to 30% is a great idea, but we need to increase the non-infrastructure available 15 million amount significantly to at least double that, and not allow them to sunset it in order to encourage the local community of filmmakers and help those who are independent producers. The crew 50% deduction of 2% is a lot less than our current 5% increase for 50% local crew, and that will allow producers to use less locals on their shows. Producers already try to bring in their crew as much as possible, but by lowering the penalty for doing so just seems counterproductive and gives them a win. Also, producers will have out-of-town crew members pretend to be residents for the length of the show so they can call them locals for a tax credit form. They are not real Nevada residents and shouldn't be considered as such. GoEd and the film office need to better police this and make sure Nevada crews are truly Nevada residents. Vendors who are currently not Nevada companies will jump in and take the majority of production work, leaving the local community behind. I've seen this, how it's happened in New Mexico and Georgia, and Nevada will be no different. This will also lead to pass-through abuses just like it's happened everywhere else. In the early days of Louisiana tax credits, a California company rented a parking lot and brought in 3 semis of gear and transferred it to local trucks just to be called a local vendor. We need better protections for our local vendors. Vendors like JR Lighting, a 33-year Nevada company with a family that's been in Nevada for over 60 years. Please don't forget the companies that have created this community and the opportunities this bill is trying to take advantage of. We are all eager for more work, but that only works if we actually get the opportunity and not a bunch of out-of-state carpetbaggers who really want to take our work from us. Thank you for the time, and please keep us in mind when working on this bill.
Mr. Reed, we're in support, and you sort of sounded like you were in opposition.
No, I support a 30% tax credit. I think it's a fantastic idea. We need the stronger tax credit. We need infrastructure. We just need a few things in the bill to change to help the local community.
Okay.
Because the local community is being left behind.
All right. Well, just moving forward, when you're in support, you really are in support in this system. And if you have any questions, you get to be in opposition or neutral. But thank you for being with us today, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else at the table, please, in Las Vegas?
Madam Chair, committee members, for the record, my name is Alfonso Lopez. I represent the sheet metal and aerial transportation workers, and we are also here in full support of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good to see you. Anyone else in Las Vegas in support? All right, we will go to the phone lines, BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer testimony in support of SB 496, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Madam Chair, this is Frank Lebeck from the College of Southern Nevada. We are enthusiastically in support of this bill, and it will be a tremendous benefit for our students who are in our film program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Madam Chair, this is Lawrence Weekly, College of Southern Nevada. As a native Nevadan, I am in full support of this bill, and I think this would be fantastic on behalf of not only our students here at the College of Southern Nevada, but the state of Nevada. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Aaron Ibarra. I'm with Southern Nevada Building Trades. But I'd like to offer some testimony today as someone that was born and raised here in Las Vegas. I remember back, I think it was in like the early 2000s, I think the first movie I saw that had Vegas in it was like a Looney Tunes movie. And they had the Looney Tunes guys coming to Vegas. And I remember being super excited, thinking, hey, I live there. I want to go see Bugs Bunny on the Strip, et cetera, et cetera. And at the moment, you don't really think much about it. But as a kid, it kind of sticks with you that, hey, movies are filmed here. Hey, this is an opportunity that I might be able to have when I grow up. And I think that's very impactful, right? Especially for a lot of local kids here that, for the most part, you really just see the party scene in the Vegas. Knowing that there's other opportunities in our city, I think would be a very beneficial thing to have for our state. So I urge you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, my name's Brandy Glass. I'm a mom with 2 boys, and I've worked with unions for the last 10 years, and my husband has been a union member for the last 30 years. This bill will bring more jobs for unions and the families in Nevada. I'm in support of Senate Bill 496.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 280. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Senate Committee. My name is Arturo Castro Jr., and I am a Latino business owner. We own HDI Advertising as well as 271 Films. I'm calling in support of SB 496. This is the kind of investment that not only our economy needs, but also our schools and our city. As a 25-year resident of Southern Nevada, a UNLV film grad, and brother to 2 extraordinary filmmakers that had to leave Nevada and go to California to pursue their careers and their dreams. I can tell you that this is something we've all been waiting for. It's something that is a good investment in local talent, and with everything going on, I can just tell you that this is an incredible journey that our family, as well as many families I'm sure here, that have had to let their siblings or their loved ones move away for an industry, would be really excited to have back. So we are in full support of SB 496.
Next caller, please.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 410. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Zachary Miles, and I serve as the Senior Associate Vice President for Economic Development at UNLV, and also the Executive Director of the UNLV Research Foundation that owns and manages the UNLV Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. The film project supported by Senate Bill 496 is exactly the type of project and industry that the tech park is intended to support in concert with UNLV, the greater NC system, and the community at large. The park is the physical location that supports high-tech industry, translates technologies to life-changing products and services for the greater community, creates mutually beneficial collaborations with industry, and provides applied educational opportunities for not only UNLV students, but other students in the community, and has a nice live, work, play environment to drive economic development, diversification within the region, the state, and create job opportunities for Nevada's diverse community. The project will also attract new and diverse industries associated with the film industry. building upon a robust hospitality and entertainment ecosystem and further diversifying our economy. And the tech park has additional capacity to support these industries locating to Nevada. Outcomes of the project may also include new innovations that may become startup companies supported by the greater Nevada entrepreneurial ecosystem, and create availability for research and development dollars into the state. For example, additional federal grants and contracts and industry agreements. Specific to UNLV, the project aligns with the College of Fine Arts and College of Engineering, specifically programs related to film, entertainment engineering, and design. This will increase the number of students within those programs, provide applied educational opportunities, and graduate along with the other Nevada educational institutions, the workforce of tomorrow. In conclusion, Senate Bill 496 will be the catalyst to make these happen. And this concludes my support testimony this time, Madam Chair.
Next caller, please.
Hello, my name is Nancy Fisher, and I'm the Dean of the College of Fine Arts at UNLV. I want to agree with all of our callers and all of the supporters for this important bill. It will have profound impact on the education that we offer to our students. And we very much look forward to working with University of Nevada, Reno, at the community college system, and we have a strong partnership with K-12 throughout the state. And we already have a concurrent enrollment program where high school students actually get film academic credits for studying film in high school. So we look forward to increasing partnerships. I really want to thank the committee today for the close attention you paid to this important bill. I also want to say that I'd like to be available as a resource as the Dean of the only College of Fine Arts in the state. I can be of help in clarifying any of my points in the future. This will have a profound impact on the education we offer to our students. And I know that it will diversify the economy and have a really fantastic effect on the state for the very long years to come. Thank you so much.
If you have recently joined us and would like to offer testimony in support of SB 496, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good afternoon, Chair Don Darrell, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Nick Schneider, representing the Dagus Chamber. I'd quickly like to thank Senator Neal for bringing this bill forward. I had the privilege of working alongside her as liaison for the Economic Development Committee of the Southern Nevada Forum. I'll keep this really quick. SB 496 represents potential thousands of new jobs, an opportunity to upscale our labor force and support for our established industries through film-based tourism. We're in strong support and ask your support as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And just for the record, it's Senator Lang who is the sponsor of this bill. Any additional in support public comment? In support on the phone. BPS, if you're ready.
Caller with the last 3 digits, 971. You are unmuted and may begin.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Arguello. I am with Mad Wife Productions, and I'm in full support of 496.
Next caller, please.
That concludes callers in support at this time.
Thank you very much. We'll go to opposition here in Carson City. Do we have anyone in opposition?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer testimony in opposition to
Go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, here in opposition to Senate Bill 496. As we near the end of session, you have a number of bills before you in Finance and Ways and Means that would fund important programs for Nevadans. And yet once again, we are talking about corporate welfare instead of revenue and funding programs Nevadans need. We understand the need for good-paying union jobs, but we need to be sure that we can take care of workers' families and their full lives. Are we prepared with the infrastructure needed for a continued increase in population? Do we have enough teachers in the state, enough health care providers, enough available housing, or enough water to sustain life? My husband and I moved here 5 years ago for a job, and as we are planning to welcome our first child this October, if you didn't already know, we have started to worry what will be available for a child 5 years from now. I want to raise my child in a community with fully funded schools, with classmates who have access to proper mental health care, with safe green spaces to spend their time outdoors. If we continue to give away tax breaks to major corporations, I'm afraid this won't be able to become a reality. We urge your opposition to this bill. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Alexander Marks of the Nevada State Education Association, speaking in opposition as well. This morning, the Nevada Independent published an op-ed called Time to Reevaluate Our Priorities, the True Cost of Tax Giveaways by Assemblymember Selena LaRue Hatch. I'd like to read just a couple of her comments into the record as my opposition testimony. She begins $380 million for a California billionaire for a stadium, $4 billion for a couple movie studios, and another $300 million for a Texas billionaire for a car company. Seems like corporate America has decided it's Christmas in Nevada, and Nevada taxpayers are being cast in the role of Santa. Along with sports facilities, we see the same conclusions with studies on film tax incentives. Fiscal offices in California, Pennsylvania, and Virginia have all determined that film tax credits had a negligible impact on state economies, and more often than not, the cost outweighed the benefits. She goes on to discuss various studies from USC as well that discuss the same idea. She raised a couple of questions, one is which, if these multi-billion-dollar industries are so successful, why do they need the public to foot the bill for their relocations and expansions? She continues, billionaire business owners view Nevada as an easy mark, willing to foot the bill every time they're asked. We've been talking all session about record revenues pouring into the state, but even with these record revenues, we can't have honest discussions about reducing class sizes, which are the largest in the nation, funding universal pre-K, getting mental health supports to community members who need it most, unhoused population, etc. Why can't we talk about these things? Because apparently we don't have enough money. The Assemblymember concludes, it seems to me that if we don't have money for our kids and the most vulnerable Nevadans, then we certainly don't have enough money to give away billions in abatements and transferable tax credits to billionaires. I think it was said best during the Monday hearing on the stadium that the public's not going to hear about the metrics, the speculations, the projections. All they see is a state at the bottom of most good lists, crumbling facilities for students, mental health needs being unmet, while the legislature is focused on stadiums and movie studios. With these sort of priorities, we may be in Carson City, but it certainly feels like we're living in La La Land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, here today in opposition of SB 496. I want to make it very clear, we are not opposed to business nor diversifying our economy. We have been very consistent on these issues over the years. Growing and diversifying our economy is important and necessary, and we have talked about the need of new revenue for years now. We agree with jobs coming here, especially for our union family. What we are opposed to is yet another handout for a multi-million-dollar company when those investments could go to our schools, healthcare system, affordable housing, infrastructure, mental health crisis, or literally anything else that are critical needs to Nevadans. We don't do this for regular people in Nevada. Regular people are struggling to buy homes and keep roofs over their heads for their families. Meanwhile, we are telling corporations to come here for the cheap, and we'll foot the bill. We have been here before. I've seen this my entire life in this state. We went through this with Allegiant Stadium, where proponents assured us that they will build it. If we build it, they will come, and it wouldn't cost the Nevada taxpayers very much at all. We went through it with Fair Day Futures. That collapsed quickly. We discussed it last session with innovation zones, and we saw that scam play out. And now we're here again talking about giving the Oakland Athletics even more public tax dollars on yet another stadium. I have to ask again, like I did the other night, when are we going to learn? This bill is just another example. I would like to ask this body when we will give the same energy to talking about bringing businesses here because of our excellent education system and stellar infrastructure, instead of begging businesses to come here through tax credits and abatements. I have come to learn that in this building, the actual Nevada way is about putting businesses and wealthy CEOs over the backbone of our economy, which are my neighbors and our residents across the state. We offer these abatements and credits at the expense of our communities, the community I grew up in. I am beyond frustrated and tired. If you want to bring your business here, then please do. Please do it on your own and at your own expense, and stop using our communities to fund it. I'm tired of this song and dance every session. And yes, we will absolutely must look at the costs and balance sheets for this. Please oppose SB 496. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else here in Carson City in opposition? Anyone in Las Vegas in opposition? BPS, phone lines, please, in opposition.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to testify in opposition to SB 496, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Oh, hello. Good morning, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sean Navarro, and today I'll be reading the part of Nevada's citizen against SB 496 and corporate giveaways. You know, watching this hearing today, I can't help but be reminded of the 1962 film classic The Music Man, where a fast-talking, out-of-state con man tries to swindle a group of country bumpkins out of their money. And to quote that film classic, we got trouble right here in Carson City. I worry that these giveaways are a race to the bottom. We're seeing in Georgia right now the film industry attempting to leave after receiving over $1 billion in public funds. Who's to say in 10 years they won't decide to pack up and move into Mexico or Utah or a state that will offer them more money? Right now, we're in the middle of a writer strike. Solidarity with the WGA and tens of thousands of writers currently on strike. There's also a potential director's guild strike, a potential screenwriters guild strike, which at the very least will halt film production for the next few years. As well, I wonder about the look of giving billions of dollars potentially to companies in the middle of a strike. Also, it had to be mentioned, but the film and television industry is a very uncertain place. We see with streaming, revenues are down. The theater industry has not recovered after COVID. And I feel like this is a very uncertain time for this industry, and they want public funds to make up for the lack of public investment as investors seek to get out of this industry. Sony stock, for example, is down by 6%. So I think that our money could be used in better places. I think this is good. I think that this is just a huge giveaway of our tax dollars. So we do not need a reboot of give another corporate giveaway. And full disclosure, Boogie Nights, in my opinion, the best movie in the 90s, one of my favorite films of all time. But I don't think that justifies the biggest corporate giveaway in history in Nevada. Please oppose this bill. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. CYRUSHOJJATY. I oppose this for many of the reasons. Ditto the previous caller's excellent testimony. I just don't really like the fact that we are picking winners and losers and having favorites and so forth. I do like the economic impacts of a movie studio. It's certainly not the same as a stadium. However, I do believe that we got to make things more fair. I think I just lost my point. It does work very well in the Las Vegas area in many ways. So please do what you can, and hopefully we can make other investments that really matter, such as obviously mass transit, because getting around in and out of the movie studio really matters as well. Yield my time. Great pleasure.
Thank you very much. Additional callers in opposition?
Thank you, Chair. That concludes callers in opposition.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to neutral here in Carson City. Neutral? Las Vegas, neutral, please go ahead when you're ready.
Yes, Chairwoman Dondero Loop and members of the committee. My name is Jessica Fox, and I'm a born and raised Nevada native. I've been in the film industry my whole life and have seen a lot of issues with incentivized productions since auditing the program and processes over the last year or so. I agree that 30% film tax credit is a good thing and would help the industry grow if put into the right hands, but I feel that our community is not being represented in this situation. As a crew member, I have firsthand seen producers take advantage of the incentive program by making the out-of-town crew members temporary locals for the term of the incentivized production. Production will do whatever it takes to get 50% crew, except actually hiring the locals. They prefer to use their own crew from wherever they might be based instead of true Nevadans. Lowering the 50% crew threshold from 5% to 2% is not the right thing to do. It gives production less motivation to use Nevada crews. The same goes for local vendors. Nevada vendors should be true Nevada residents and not just someone who comes in and takes the jobs away. Many have mentioned today the influx of people that will come here for the jobs, and this will happen with crew people and vendors alike. I have voiced my concerns to the Nevada Film Office and GOED and was told that they are not regulatory agencies. They basically believe what the audits say, regardless of whether they are right or wrong, if additional information is presented or not. My belief is that NFO and GOED should either be given the job to regulate the film incentive program or someone else should take it over. This bill makes our program less transparent than it already is by giving a large portion of the control of the program to two companies with no real regulatory oversight. The state should be protecting the program for the local crew and vendors, not just doing PR work and calling that good enough. I think we need a resident forum similar to that of New Mexico for all crew members, as well as something like it for Nevada vendors. And Nevada vendors should be owned by Nevada residents. We need to protect our local community from the abuses that have occurred and will continue to occur if we don't address them now. This version of the bill negates all of the protections needed for us locals that we've been trying to get in front of anyone that matters and that can pass them. We're already established in the community. We're already the working people here, a part of the film community. And in this deal, it seems like a lot of big business seems to win while nobody's listening to the protections that we need. Thank you.
Ms. Fox, are you in opposition?
No, I'm neutral. I think the 30% tax bill is great, but taking down the threshold for Nevada crew members, we already have people doing pass-throughs with gear and with crew members. It happens more often than you would think. I've been on the projects as a hairstylist and makeup artist, seeing it happen right in front of my eyes. So I believe that the percentages are good, but this is missing true checks and balances for local residents and for local vendors to make sure that they are true residents and not people setting up temporary shop to take advantage of tax breaks that aren't available in their local areas or jobs that aren't available in their local areas. We have to protect the locals if we're going to do this.
Thank you very much. All right, somebody else at the table, please go ahead when you're ready.
Eric Guiding. I'm a member of the Nevada film community, and I'm also a member of a Screen Actors Guild, SAG-AFTRA. Thank you, Committee on Revenue and Economic Development, for your time. And I'd like to say is I'm so excited about this. There's so many good things about this, and growing up here in Las Vegas, going to Las Vegas High School, going to UNLV, joining National Guard, there's no one more pro Las Vegas, more pro Nevada than I am. I love this state, I love this city, and everything about it. When I got my card for the Screen Actors Guild, they're like, oh, you could finally move away. I'm like, no, I'm going to stay here, and I'm going to help build this community, because I love this place. This is where my family is, it's where my roots is. And when someone said that they're coming here and they're planting a seed, and that they're finally going to build something here, it struck me because we've been here. We've been trying to make this work. We've been setting this place up so that it could grow into this. And they seem to agree because obviously you wouldn't be moving here to build this if it wasn't a good place to be. And so I'm so excited about this, but I have the same worries about everyone else, that there needs to be protection in here, because as a Nevadan who worked here, who worked hard here, who lives here, whose family's growing up here, I know firsthand that there's people who don't move, but they come here or they come to California who aren't really and just pretend to be. And so that concern is up in the air. Besides that, everything about this, we're so excited about it, and I cannot say much more about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is John Fortune. I'm a local sound mixer here in town. I do agree with a lot of the incentive, and I do believe that it would help Nevada become more of a name in TV and film. But I agree with a lot of what we're saying here is that there's not really any protection for locals. I was hired to be a boom operator on the Marky Mark movie that came to town, and the night before they called me and said they were bringing everyone from Georgia, and I have a feeling that a lot of this that's going to happen in the future is going to be the same sort of deal where, you know, it sounds good on paper. We give all this money to all these huge companies, corporations that are going to bring more jobs here, and they will. But I believe the locals and the local crews and a lot of this is going to go by the wayside. I mean, I've worked on numerous projects where large projects, scale projects, where they brought everyone from California, they faked, IDs, this, that, and the other, to claim them as Nevada residents so that they could get part of the film incentive. And while I do believe that this is in general going to be better for Nevada, I believe that we need to put in more protections that actually protect local crews and put in more protections that stop them from just taking advantage of our state. And I also agree that I think we're spending too much money on corporations that should also be able to foot more of the bill on this, because we do have a lot of other things, including healthcare and, education, that are losing out because we keep paying for all these projects when it's basically corporate welfare.
Thank you very much. And we do have a locals piece in this, and I'll let Senator Neal make a statement on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to bring up, I have been working with the sponsor of the bill and with the stakeholders. So there is a residency piece that I believe, was agreed upon. And when the final amendment is done, that will be in that bill. Because I did hear you guys in Senate Revenue in the first hearing about the residency piece, and I have made sure that that's going to be in the bill, and I believe the sponsor agrees with that.
Thank you very much. Any additional in neutral in Las Vegas? Then we'll go to the phone lines. BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer a neutral testimony to SB 496, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Tanya Brown, TONJABROWN, advocates for the inmates and the innocent. We are in neutral in this bill. We had some concerns with the bill in certain sections of the bill, but I'm just going to primarily stick with Section 30, subsection 6. Money in the account must be used by the office to make grants to any institution within the Nevada system of higher education, a state or local agency, a school district, a charter school, a vocational trade school, a nonprofit organization, a labor organization, and a private post-secondary educational institution that provides a program of workforce development for the production of qualified productions in the state. And basically what I want to say is this. How will this bill affect the Department of Corrections? We have offenders who are in our prison system. They are obtaining their high school diploma. They are going on and obtaining a college degree through our local community colleges. So my question is, could NDOC be a part of this? And would the monies be allocated to the Department of Corrections for grants and scholarships while they're in prison, or at least coming out of the institutions? They can apply for these grants and scholarships. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Additional callers on BPS?
Thank you, Chair. That concludes callers for neutral at this time.
Thank you very much. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's been a really long hearing, and I really appreciate everyone on the committee and your attention. Look, this bill is something bigger than we've ever dealt with before, and I get that, but it's also something bigger for our state that we need to address, and that's diversity, to diversify our economy and to grow jobs in Nevada. We can't look back and think about how it was during COVID and when the casino industry shut down and we had nothing else. We have to think about how we can move forward and how we can grow our state and how we can get some of the things that people are talking about. But in order to do that, we have to have another industry, and we have to create more jobs, and we have to create more diversification, and that's what this bill aims to do. And so I hope as you look at this, you can look past the price tag, which I know is bigger than you've ever dealt with before. And I sat on your committee a couple times, and I really appreciate the work that you do and the thought process that goes into that. And I think we've been working with the stakeholders. We continue to work with the stakeholders. Senator Neal has been instrumental in giving me advice and help on the bill, and we'll continue to do that to get the best possible product to bring to you. So I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ferraro.
Just quickly, Madam Chair, I wanted to let the committee know first, thanks for your time today, and staff, thanks for your time. On behalf of the stakeholders in the bill, I want to let you all know we are working on some belt tightening. We recognize that it is a big bill, and I want to let you know this afternoon and tonight, with conversations beginning last night, that we are looking at ways to tighten the belt. And so I hope to be able to report back to you in work session on how that finished. I just want to put that on the record.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And with that, I will close the hearing on Senate Bill 496, and we will go to our last item on the agenda, and it is public comment. And if you have public comment, if you will come forward, we will try to do this rather quickly as we had a hard stop of noon.
Senator and members of the committee, thank you so much. We know it's been a long morning for you. My name's Adam Young, Superintendent of the White Pine County School District, and I'm here today with a couple of students who have been engaging in a months-long, authentic and rigorous learning experience, learning about local governments, tax revenues, how you all do your jobs. They learned a whole lot about that today. So we just appreciate being here today. We've heard a lot today about investments. And what I want to talk about in my brief public comment today before I toss it to a couple of students is an investment, continued investment in education, which you've done so well over the course of this session. Senate Bill 100 is a bill that Senator Goycochea wrote for us. It's housed in your committee right now. It has not had a hearing yet. It allows us potentially the opportunity in White Pine to replace 1909 and 1913 schools. This is an investment in our students, it's an investment in our future. They're going to talk to you a little bit about needs, but we don't have the ability to do this on our own. We're at the tax cap. We have no ability to raise additional revenue, and the cost of replacements is prohibitive based on what that tax cap is. So these students have done a great job in their learning. They refined their persuasive writing skills, and I know that they're going to be persuasive in their public comment today. So thank you again for this time, for allowing us to make a few comments today, and I'll toss it to
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Hello, I am Crosby Cox, a 7th grader at White Pine Middle School, Ely, Nevada. I have only been there 2 years, but I can already tell there's a lot of problems that have been there for quite a while. And today I am going to talk about why we need the Senate to hear why we need Senate Bill 100 passed. As an amputee, there's a lot of safety hazards at our school that I think we cannot fix with a reasonable price. So one of these is the stairs. The stairs have potholes that I have before gotten my leg stuck in, and it was not fun. So as an advocate for ADA accessibility and safety for people with ADA accommodations, we need a hearing for SB 100 so it could have the possibility to get passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next.
I'm Brindle Blades. I am 12 years old and a 6th grader at the White Pine Middle School. The White Pine Middle School is really unsafe. Across the street from the school is a park. For recess, the teachers take us across the street to the park. The teachers do a really good job of getting us across safely, but it's really hard to when you have over at least 30 students and the street you are crossing is a major highway and cars are coming and going in all directions. Another one of the problems about school is the bathrooms. The bathroom on the first floor stinks, and the bathroom stalls are only 5 foot 4 inches tall. We really need money for a new school. The bathrooms are horrid and it's hard to be able to play outside safely and still have fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
My name is Katie Murphy and I live in Ely, Nevada. I attend White Pine Middle School as a 6th grader, and I support the bill SB 100, which allocates funding to build a new school in Ely. After I share my experiences as a student at White Pine Middle School, I'm sure you'll agree with me that we need a new school. Our school is old and falling apart, it doesn't have things that are required to be safe, and isn't accessible to all people. Our school has good memories, but being built in 1913, which is before World War I, makes it dangerous. I love my school, but it's time for a change. I love my school despite how many problems it has. The first thing I love about my school is the after-school activities. Another reason I love my school is because of the staff. Finally, I love that at my school we can meet new people, talk to old friends, and befriend others every day. Even though I love my school, there are many reasons why we should have a new one. Lots of kids complain about the stairs, which are hard to climb and don't provide access to the upper floors for people who need ADA accommodations. Speaking of ADA accommodations, there's only one way for a person who needs ADA access to get into the school. My next reason is that the foundations of the school are old and breaking. The structures are failing, especially the gym floor at WPMS. There's reoccurring water damage. My third reason is the limited security. There are security cameras in all the classrooms and halls, but the doors are unguarded and there are no fences. Kids can run into the street or slip on the crumbling sidewalk. People can get in from outside without permission. The office isn't close to the doors, so staff won't see everyone who enters. Another reason we need a new school is the asbestos in the building. People with exposures to asbestos have a 2% to 10% chance to develop pleural mesothelioma, which is lung cancer. The life expectancy for mesothelioma patients is only 12 to 22 months. I love my school, but we need a replacement. It's time for a change. I hope you choose to get a new school for everyone's safety.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Emma Holdaway. I am a senior at White Pine High School. Thank you for your service as legislators. I know you have many important factors to consider, and I've learned all about in school what you do for our state and for our communities. Being in a rural town, we don't have the funding. As Mr. Young said, we are at our tax cap. We are not a very big community at all. This means that we are not able to get the funding to build the schools ourselves. The cost of renovating our facilities would be nearly as much as just building them brand new, which is why we are so pushing for SB 100. White Pine County is my home. I've lived there my entire life. And as a senior, I really push for this bill as I look out for my younger peers, especially my younger brothers that will be attending these schools. And as it was said, our school buildings that we are using right now were built in 1909 and 1913, much before World War I. Ely is a historic town, meaning that everything was built not for accessibility, not for anything really that we have issues for now, which makes it harder for us to adapt as our community grows. I am very anxious for these new buildings, again, for our younger peers, and new improvement of these schools will help our community grow and bring more attraction, and it will help expand our rural city and our community.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Autumn Cavender from White Pine High School of Ely, Nevada. I'd like to inform you that more about the school that was built in 1909. It is David Norman Elementary. Yes, it is seen as a very well-standing school, but it is a school that my grandmother attended. and my great-grandmother almost was able to attend if it was because it was built when she was in high school. We need new buildings due to the fact that that we are able to technically have people that went to kindergarten and now have their great-great-grandkids almost being able to go to kindergarten. We need this updated because there is many diseases like asbestos in these schools, and they are not being able to be additioned to because it's the same price of being able to just build new ones. So please have the hearing that is needed for the Bill 100. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Cecil Coons. I'm a student in the White Pine County Middle School. Preparing for this has been a learning experience. I learned more about writing and local and state government. I urge you to hold a hearing on Senate Bill 100, which has been housed in your committee for a long time. This bill will help the students of White Pine to have a school that would replace a school built in 1909 and a school built in 1913. One of many reasons we need a new school is our school has no ADA access. I personally have seen students on crutches trip trying to go up and down the stairs. Another is we have asbestos tiles. Cracking these can lead to a risk of cancer. The cost to fix these problems are more expensive than to build a new school. I hope you have a hearing for Senate Bill 100. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your turn. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Tatum Clark. I am a fifth grader at David E. Norman. I am from a small community in rural Ely, Nevada. I drove over 5 hours to be here today to ask for your support and for you to vote yes for Senate Bill 100. To give you an idea about my school, my current classroom carpet is ripped and held together by duct tape. There are no fire alarms or water sprinklers in any of our buildings. There are flaws with our playground that are pretty bad. Some slides are broken and a kid broke his arm on a swing because it detached. That's scary and a big safety hazard. I like my school, don't get me wrong. I just want a school that is safe for little and big kids. A few other facts about my school building are 1909 was the year my current building was built. That is 114 years ago. There is also bugs in the urinals. Gross. This is my first year at David E. Norman. The teachers are really nice. The education offered is fun and challenging, but these great opportunities can be overlooked because how old and outdated our school is. Thank you for your time, and please consider voting yes on Senate Bill 100. The children of White Pine deserve a new school as well as the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any additional public comment in Las Vegas? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee. My name is Daniel Murphy. I am also from White Pine County, and I did want to let the committee know that it's not just the children who are after this. The adults and other members of the White Pine County community would really like you to consider Senate Bill 100. Picture, if you will, coming up to a school and you see a facade that's literally crumbling. You can see cracks in the foundation. So one of the entrances is cordoned off with caution tape because the steps are literally crumbling and the students can't walk on them. There's only maybe 2 handicap accesses to the building. My children have experienced other children having to be carried up the steps when they were injured at a ball game over the weekend. They've had to go from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor just to get to a working bathroom when the bathroom broke yet again. They've experienced water damage. They've frozen in the winter when the heating system went out yet again. They've roasted in the summer on the 3rd floor because there is no air conditioning. And you can't open the windows all the way because there's no safety measures to keep children from falling out the windows. I think that these children have been waiting more than 100 years for a school update, and it's high time it happened. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any more public comment here in Carson City? In Las Vegas, on the phone lines, BPS, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to offer public comment for today's meeting, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers wishing to offer public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. So with that, concludes our hearing and our public comment for today. We are going to recess Senate Finance. We will come back later. And so with that, we are in recess.